Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Mac Watson. A man from Star Valley was hiking in the beautiful Badlands near Kemmerer when he noticed a bone-white streak jutting out in an embankment of brown earth. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that dinosaur bones have been found all over Wyoming, but this one is different.
The foot was found in southwest Wyoming, and it was found in an Eocene paleosol. Now, the Eocene is about 50 to 55 million years ago. It's right after the time the dinosaurs got wiped out by the asteroid. But this was not rock. It was a loose soil from that time. And the foot appears to have tumbled into it because even though it looks like a fossil in situ, still in the rock where it was preserved, it's actually a modern foot. You can still see some of the connective tissue that tumbled into this loose soil that happens to be around 55 million years old. So it's interesting in circumstance, but not interesting in actuality because it doesn't belong where it is.
Hiker James Sanderson sent an email to the Wyoming State Geological Survey telling them of his find. They responded by telling Sanderson that their specialist is waiting to connect with paleontologists from the Bureau of Land Management and National Park Service, who'll be looking at it more closely in the field. Curt Gowdy State Park is a 35-mile trail system that attracts close to 600,000 visitors per year, and with most being from Colorado, Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that Wyoming legislators want all users to help pay for the trails they're loving, but greenies would pay more.
Certain folks in Wyoming use the term greenie to identify Coloradans, and it's because of that iconic green and white license plate that shows the outline of the mountains. Well, you see a lot of those license plates in places like Curt Gowdy State Park, which is increasingly popular among mountain bikers. Well, now comes a proposal to charge a trail fee, similar to what's charged to snowmobilers and ATVers, to help pay their way and make sure that trails are maintained and that these places across Wyoming, including this new amazing mountain bike trail up on Togety Pass that recently was renovated and sounds like a great downhill, 7 full miles. If riders access through a state park, this law, which is just a proposed bill, might slap a $20 per car.
If the proposed bill passes, monies collected would be used for signage, policing, and bathroom maintenance. Mining has always been a dangerous occupation, especially coal mining. But back in the 1920s, Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that even though the Frontier Mine Blast became the second worst mining disaster in the state and the Sublette Wyoming explosion the fifth, the number of fatalities could have been a lot worse in the 1924 accident.
What's interesting to me is that in the first explosion, there was men that survived by just staying inside the mine. They had the thought to stay inside the mine until ventilation improved. So they blocked their air passages to not allow gas to get into where they were at. And so because of that, they spent hours in the mine, but they ended up surviving.
After the two tragedies, the State Coal Mine Inspectors of Wyoming report emphasized that no matches or smoking material were allowed in the mine because of coal dust and flammable gas. I'll be back with more news right after this.
The Wyoming way of life. There's nothing like it. And no financial partner like your local cooperative credit union to help you live life the way you want to. We help you save for a brighter future, borrow for your dream home, start your small business. We've got your finances, and you've got plans, so go ahead, pitch a tent, head for the rodeo, reel in a big trout, fire up the smoker. Wyoming's credit unions are here to stay, and here for you.
And Robert Redford was an iconic actor who, like many people, fell in love with the West. But as Cowboy State Daily's Jackie Dorothy reports, Wyoming had a special allure for the Oscar-winning actor and director.
So what Robert Redford did is he immersed himself in the Wild West. I think this set him apart from many of the actors of his day and even today. He was right there in the middle of it, and he experienced so many of the different things, from the cold of the night to sitting at the bar where the outlaws congregated.
Redford had spent time over the years immersing himself in the breakout roles of both Butch Cassidy and mountain man Jeremiah Liver Eating Johnson. He passed away at 89 on September 16th. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
The challenges our planet's animals are facing sometimes feel a bit heavy.
The animals haven't eaten in a day, 2 days, they haven't drank anything, they're cold, they're dehydrated.
As soon as we started our descent, everywhere I could see was mud, just absolutely mud.
You know, the country has been in prolonged drought for so long, it was like a tinderbox waiting to go up.
Okay, very heavy. Each of us wants to be part of the solution, and we can be. Remember that there's good happening right now. At home.
All right, we were able to get into your unit, and we have all 4 of your cats. So,
Okay.
And around the world. For any animal in any disaster. So let's focus on that, right? Be part of the solution, one rescue at a time. Search ifa.org/disaster ready.
Cowboy State Daily Show on a Monday, September 29th, last Monday of the month. I don't know, just in case you're keeping track of that kind of stuff. It's also, I think it's International Coffee Day. Let me double check that. National Coffee Day. And believe me, I am celebrating. I got a half a pot down and I'm no signs of slowing. National Fall Foliage Week as well. Yeah, this feels like kind of peak when it comes to the fall colors in Wyoming. I don't know how you do it in Vermont, but man, it is vivid out there in western Wyoming right now. Gorgeous. So, nice combo. The two things kind of balance each other out, right? National Coffee Day, you get all hyped up, and then you got to sort of chill, get some zen going with, just looking at the colors. We're going to check out the Bug Cowboy. I love this story. Aaron Clark. And the best part of the story is Allie, who appears to be perhaps a granddaughter or daughter, or maybe just his laboratory assistant. Aaron Clark runs a little cow-calf operation in Wheatland, Wyoming. And that's how most people know him. Hello, there's Cowboy Clark. He runs cows up there in Wheatland. He's also crazy about bugs. Like insects. Bugs drive you crazy, right? No, Aaron Clark's got it the other way around. He's crazy for bugs, not because of bugs. And it's pretty cool what he's discovered, what insects, and my favorite part is somehow he's roped some young girl into helping him. And she's all about bugs, both of them. Looking at bugs under a microscope, etc. A Gillette hunter, Terrence Monger, finally got that monster bull. He's been trying for 4 years now. Every hunting season, he's been looking for that bull elk, and finally, we're going to look at the Spotted Horse Bar and Grill. I wonder how many people have even seen this place, much less stopped and had a burger. And it is now on my bucket list. I've got to go. And I think our listeners will be inspired. I think Cowboy State Daily readers will be inspired to keep this place going. It was the dream of her dad. It's been the dream of people before Dad also. Way back, this building, established in 1924, Jennifer McLaughlin is now the owner of this bar and grill. And if you would have told her that 20 years ago, she'd say, no way, no how. In fact, she told her dad, I'm not taking this over when he bought it in 1992. It's a gas station in the middle of nowhere. The only reason you would need it, the only reason you'd even slow down to take a look at it is A, you might need fuel traveling between Gillette and Sheridan on Highway 1416. Or B, the big spotted horse out front might catch your eye. You're like, oh, wow. Look at that big, giant spotted horse statue. We'll tell you how the spotted horse statue came to be there, why, and we'll tell you how daughter McLaughlin got roped into taking the place over, and she runs it now, and they serve up a great burger. Wash it down with a Sheridan craft beer, and that sounds like an afternoon. That is on my bucket list to go there. Is the duck and goose season going to be any good? Upland bird hunters are worried it's not cold enough up north to drive the birds down to Wyoming, but it could be getting there soon enough. Don Day's weather forecast going to play a key role in that. Find out why artists from around the country, if not the world, are drawn to tiny Ucross, Wyoming. Yeah, Ucross, population 26. It nearly triples in size because of a program for artists, residencies, that's been in place since the 1980s. Famous big-time artists love coming to Ucross. Who would have thought? Well, we've got that story that features one young artist from California who enjoys, she's been trying to get in for 2 years, finally got accepted into the program. It's pretty cool. I didn't know it existed. We'll check out the oldest construction, the oldest public building ever in a national park. And there's not much of it left today. It was built in 1881, never finished. And if you want to, I guess if you want to get all technical, it was never finished. So is it really the oldest? We'll say it's the oldest construction in a national park. 144-year-old bathhouse that was never completed and never used, or at least never opened to the public. You'd have to look pretty hard to find it in Yellowstone, but it's still there. And it's on the National Registry of Historic Places. Sugar beet harvest. Harvesters are worried about the weather. It's cool enough to harvest sugar beets. That's what they like, but it might be too wet. They're going to hold off to see if it stops raining. But so far, this looks, if projections hold, like the second highest sugar content on record for sugar beet folks in the Bighorn Basin. That would be great news, wouldn't it? These stories and a whole bunch more we're going to get to right after we get your weather forecast to you. The day weather forecast looks like this. Casper, mostly sunny, 76 today. Riverton, sunny and 80. Evanston, slight chance of rain in the afternoon. Otherwise, mostly sunny with highs 68. Green River, 72, sunny. Pinedale, just a slight chance of rain in the afternoon. Otherwise, mostly sunny, 67. 73 in Alpine with a chance of showers in the afternoon. DuBois, you might get some rain showing up about 1 o'clock. Otherwise, mostly sunny, 66. Chance of rain late afternoon for Jackson. Otherwise, sunny, 71. Thermopolis, sunny with a high near 81 today. What a day to go soaking in Thermop. The heart of Hot Springs. Cody, maybe some rain after 2. Clouds on the increase, highs in the upper 70s. Buffalo, sunny, 80. Sheridan, sunny, 85. Gillette, mostly sunny, 83 with some gusty winds. Newcastle, sunny, 82. Torrington, you'll tap out in the low 80s with mostly sunny skies. Same for Wheatland. In Cheyenne, slight chance of rain, maybe after 2. Otherwise, mostly sunny, 74. Laramie, rain shower showing up around 2 as well with highs 68. Rawlins, sunny, 68 today. So pretty nice day with just a few showers to dodge, maybe. Otherwise, yeah, real good day. Other stories we didn't mention we're going to get to, and we got a ton of special guests. Where do old police robots go to die? They got a old police robot named robot, a Romotech F6B. Oh, you remember those things when they came out in the early 2000s? They were state of the art, man. Them are the robots that cops send in when they don't want to go in, like mostly bombs. Or, I think of the guy, the guy doing a standoff. He's holding police at bay. He's locked himself up in there, and they need to send in the canisters of gas. Or maybe this robot goes in and shows a video of the guy's mom saying, please come out, give yourself up. I don't know what these robots, obviously I don't know what these police robots do. Mostly they go in and push a bomb to see if it'll go off. In fact, there's even a photo in the story of this robot creeping its way into a building and then gently nudging a bomb to see if it'll go off. Boom! Oh, well, yeah, that was a bomb. This kind of assignment for the F6 robot is one and done, I would imagine. Like, oh yeah, that was a bomb, and goodbye, Judy. Judy's the nickname, the name of this Romotech F6B. Careful, Judy, prodding that bomb. Don't get mad. But this, in the world of robotics, this thing's ancient. 20 years old, Romotech, so they're retiring at Campbell County. They bought this robot back in 9/11 Homeland Security grants, so they bought this thing a while ago, 2005. And the 20-year-old Romotech F6B, they were looking for what to do with it. What is the market for an old veteran police officer made of nuts and bolts and circuit boards? What is the proper disposal? How do you send one of these off? Is there a 21-gun salute and then you send it to the scrapyard? That seems kind of mid. No. In fact, this one they're going to keep around. It just so happened the Campbell County Sheriff's Office was also gifted an old ambulance that nobody wanted. So Campbell County's in the business of collecting stuff that nobody wants. Campbell County Sheriff's Office was gifted an ambulance. It had run out of its life. It still works, still functional. So given they have the ambulance and given they have Judy, the 20-year-old robot that nobody wants, you can't sell this thing. You can't barely give it away. And they couldn't stand to scrap it. Judy has done her job admirably for over 20 years. They figure they'll put Judy in the ambulance and use it as a backup, just in case the fancy new robot they have is blown up by nudging a bomb or whatever. Actually, it made me think of, it doesn't take much to get my imagination going. It made me think, what if the fancy, I love those Hollywood stories where you got something fancy and new and everybody's attention is to the fancy new thing, the shiny new trinket, and suddenly the old thing is cast aside. We're like, get that old Romotech F6B out of here. We got a fancy new robot police officer. But what if there was like some weird reason why the thing couldn't work? What if it was, and here's what I imagine, because you and I, we've all driven like a vehicle that's way too tech. Last week I was talking about the washing machine and dryer set that's it's so tech driven that I can't operate it. It won't operate. I got a dryer that thinks it's exhaust pipe is always 80% clogged. I don't even know how to override that, but it doesn't want to work. It's like, nope. Oh, the lint is built up. And I'm like, no, it isn't. I'm looking right at it, computer. We got vehicles that check engine light comes on, and it's some kind of computer thing where the computer thinks something's wrong with your truck and your truck won't operate. Had that happen to me as well. Had to leave a pickup truck in Pinedale. Not that there's anything wrong with Pinedale. By the way, Pinedale's got a brand new radio station that's joining our newest to the family. Good morning, Pinedale. Hello. Yeah, so sometimes too much tech is too much. And maybe the fancy new robot is going to have so much technology built into it, there'll be some reason why if you build too much artificial intelligence into the fancy new police robot, it may refuse to go into a dangerous situation. When you dispatch, you say, there's potential. This guy's locked himself up in this warehouse. He's locked himself up into a fireworks warehouse with a potential bomb. And he's also got a AK-47 or an AR-15 or whatever the weapon of choice is. And we got to send in the robot guy to see if he really does, see if that really is a bomb. Because if it isn't, we'll go in there and storm him. And they'll program the robot, and they'll say, get in there. And the robot may, if programmed with too much artificial intelligence, say, I've identified this scenario as potentially dangerous to me, and I'm not going in. What do you mean you're not going in? You're a robot. The Robotech F6.5 would have went in. Yeah, we'll send in Robo F6.5. I'm not going in. Your fancy new robot would refuse dangerous assignments. And then guess what? In my Hollywood movie ending, you got to go back to the old junker. Where's Judy? Because Judy didn't have these kinds of decision-making skills. She went wherever you told her. Go get that ambulance that we got from whoever didn't want it, and go get Judy, because this fancy new thing won't go in there. The F6B, that'll go anywhere. That thing went anywhere we told it. That's how I see why you want to keep the old one around. That got me thinking to reach out to Aaron Turpin. He's Cowboy State Daily's automotive specialist. I reached out to Aaron, and I want to know, what vehicles should you go hotwire and steal in the event of the apocalypse? And I mean, when we get hit with a CME, coronal mass ejection, for those of you playing along, for those of you who stay up late at night worrying about end of world scenarios, if the sun just decides to belch at us with the world's biggest solar flare, that CME could take down the electrical grid. Or it could be intentionally done by a bomb, an EMP. So whatever it is, electric mass pulse or whatever you call it, manufactured no doubt by China or Russia or North Korea, or the sun did it accidentally, none of your vehicles will start. They'll all be fried unless you keep them in a Faraday garage. Look that up. So all your electronics gizmos are going to be useless, including your phone and everything else. They're going to be fried by the EMP or the CME. However, as some books and movies have taught us, vehicles manufactured a long time ago that aren't so tech-riddled would operate. Those without all the fancy computers. There'd be nothing on them essentially to fry, and they would still operate. On that basis alone, I'm going to have Aaron Turpin on this week to tell us which old car should we go steal when the end of the world scenario hits, when the EMP hits or the CME, all our vehicles are fried. We still want to be mobile. I think we got to go be looking for a Pontiac GTO, which is great. Like, go find an old muscle car. They'll still work. I don't know. Aaron Turpin's going to let us know. Just based on the Campbell County story of Judy, the police robot, being retired. I bet there's accommodation in Judy's future. Don't hang it up yet. Judy will come in useful one of these days. You watch. We'll be right back after our first break on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi, I'm your retirement fear, but don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks?
Move.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check NHTSA.gov/the-right-seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane. Woo! You got this.
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right? I can't say that I have. I mean,
if you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
Eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own. I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
Is often the case on a Monday. Sometimes I don't know where to dig in first. We have so many stories over the weekend to cover. The Cowboy State Daily and national news stories. A lot of news happened over the weekend. I thought the weekend should just be a time for news to stop and let us have 2 days of catching up, 2 days of relaxation, hunting, fishing, golfing. And can the world just stop and let me get off Friday till Monday morning? But I guess news did happen and we got to get on it Rob is watching from YouTube. Howdy, Rob. We are on YouTube, Facebook, X, cowboystatedaily.com. Run it back audio only on podcast platforms everywhere. And then, of course, we're live or playback, one or the other, on radio stations across the state. KGOS, howdy, in Torrington. K-Ray in Cheyenne, good to have you on with us. KTUG in Riverton. KJAX Country in Jackson. KYDT in Sundance, Wyoming. We're down there in Pinedale. They gave me the call letters, but I lost them somewhere. We're everywhere, and we're getting to more places. So, trying to catch up on the news that happened, I'll read this story along with you because I have not, only to hide the fact that I have not pre-researched, pre-prepped, and read this. I just find the headline kind of fun. This dropped early in the weekend, probably Friday night. Dale Killingbeck writes the story. Cheyenne man faces charges after drinking and firing a handgun at a guy on a scooter. This sounds so rock springy, but it's Cheyenne, 49-year-old man. Apparently he got allegedly drunk and took some shots at a guy on a scooter because, after all, that is annoying, right? I mean, scooter guys, you can't shoot them, but you can't get along with them. Wait, that's not what do you say about wives? You can't get along with them, but you can't shoot them, something like that. Yeah, the scooter guy, I could see getting to the point where you're like, oh, the guy in the scooter. And you got scooter guys in Cheyenne because now you've outlawed the motorcycle guys. They've all had to get rid of their loud crotch rockets. You got that new ordinance there. They can't make noise, so they've traded in their souped up Japanese motorcycles for scooters. And this guy took a shot at the scooter dude. Didn't hit him, I guess. He hit a vacuum and the radiator of a car. Whose vacuum? Who's got a vacuum out there? This Hector Gomez Sanchez faces charges of aggravated assault and battery, reckless endangering with a firearm. Yeah. Fired 4 rounds, allegedly, from his pistol, which was a Smith & Wesson 2D9 with a 16-round clip. So he only popped off 4. Day drinking in his garage on a couch. Oh, that's never a good look, dude. I gotta say, Hector, if you ever find yourself day drinking while sitting on your couch in the garage, just check yourself before you wreck yourself. Ask yourself, is this the best use of my time? A Friday afternoon, or in this case, wait a minute, this might have been Wednesday afternoon. Okay, the story came out Friday. That's even worse. It's not even the weekend, Hector. Wednesday afternoon, day drinking. And Gomez Sanchez fired a shot. Oh, he hit his own vacuum, I guess, that was in the garage. See, I don't mind that either. Many times I have been brought to the point where I want to shoot my own vacuum, if I even operate it. I tried the old bit where I pretend I don't know how to work it, so the wife won't ask me to vacuum again. I'm like, I don't even know where it is. And then when I find it, I'm like, I don't know how to make it work. And then I do a real piss poor job. And then presumably I'm not asked to vacuum again. Yeah, I would like to shoot the vacuum cleaner as well. Fired 4 rounds, 1 hit a vacuum. 1 hit Gomez Sanchez's own garage floor. That must have been as he was pulling the firearm out to rip off a few shots. 1 went straight into the ground. And then stood up. Oh, no, he stood up, racked the slide, pointed it at him. Yeah, well, I guess the scooter guy was so scared seeing a gun being pointed at him that he crashed his scooter, ripped his pants, broke his phone. Yeah, 21-year-old was the dude being shot at or pointed at. Officers noted 2 bullet strikes to a vacuum in the southeast corner of the garage. Okay, that makes perfect sense. And if this is still America, why can't a guy drink some beer in his own garage and then shoot his own vacuum cleaner? Come on, is this still America? Because I'm down with that, Hector. Nothing wrong with that. But then when you start pointing the gun at other people on a scooter, yeah, he's, that's a little bit over. Officers noted 2 bullet strikes to a vacuum, 1 bullet strike to the concrete in the southeast corner of the garage on the floor, and 2 large cans of alcoholic beverages located on the couch. So, yeah, Hector allegedly with a couple of 40s day drinking in the garage on a Wednesday afternoon and popping off shots at his own vacuum cleaner. He hit a 2006 Nissan 4-door passenger car and knocked the radiator out of that. That apparently was his own car in the driveway, I think. Affidavit states police found bullet fragments in the driveway, and a silver 2006 Nissan 4-door passenger car had been presumably struck by gunfire. I think that's Hector's own vehicle. So he shot his own vacuum, his own car, and a couple of stray shots at a scooter that did not connect. Oh, man. Hector. Yeah, let's go to other more positive stories. Andrew Rossi's story about Yellowstone's oldest building. In fact, because Yellowstone's the nation's oldest park, ipso facto, it's the oldest building ever in a national park. It was never finished. But they had grand plans for the Queen's Laundry Bathhouse. Construction began in 1881. Looks like they got about 4 logs high on that thing. Oh, maybe 5, depending on which end of the building you count the logs from. I'll share the photo. Check out this story in the Cowboy State Daily. Andrew Rossi wrote it. Construction of the Queen's Laundry Bathhouse started in 1881. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, they must 6 high on one side. Far from completion. Certainly no roof on it. And the reason they stopped is a change in the dude that was running the park. And the new dude didn't think there was anything worthwhile in making some bathhouse in the middle of nowhere. Philetus Norris, we'll say, Phil Norris, was the second of 5 Yellowstone superintendents during this period. It was under Philetus that the word was put out to make a bathhouse so people could then change in there and then presumably swim in the warm springs. And then it was the new guy came in 1882, the new guy being P.H. Conger. Conger secured a 10-year lease for visitor accommodations, made other improvements, but Conger was apparently not interested in continuing the whole bathhouse operation, ordered it halted, and there it stood, half finished, until kind of 1964, and a proposal was made to remove it. After all, this was just an unfinished wannabe bathhouse in the middle of nowhere, Yellowstone. And Aubrey Haynes, Yellowstone historian, said that the notion of removing the structure in 1964 was met with a fierce backlash. People were vehemently opposed to the removal of the bathhouse, calling it of historical value and a remnant of an important period. In fact, I don't know if they knew it then, but this was the oldest public structure in a national park. So they didn't remove it in 1964. In fact, they did something better. They petitioned for it to be added to the National Register of Historic Places. It was added in 2001, and it's still there today. You'd really have to make a serious attempt to go find it. It's apparently, and we're going to talk to Andrew Rossi, the story's author. It's apparently, he says, 2 hours from the nearest road. Presumably 2 hours of hiking. 2 hour far off the beaten path in Yellowstone National Park's Lower Geyser Basin, 2 hours from the nearest road. Now, that could be 2 hours of driving, because 2 hours of driving in Yellowstone could be like a mile and a half, depending on traffic. But I'm guessing it's foot power that's going to get you there. 2 hour hike off the nearest road just to see this unfinished bathhouse. Might be worth it. Somebody's already got the picture. U.S. Geological Survey is where we get the photo of this bathhouse, which is now sitting, apparently, if I'm reading this photo correctly, it's sitting right in the middle of warm springs, warm water, which is probably rotting this building away. If it gets to the point where the building is going to rot away, officials may determine whether to remove it or just let it rot into the ground. I wouldn't go out of my way to save it, I'll tell you that. Park officials, if you need a little 2 cents of advice, I would just let it rot into the ground. But yeah, probably recent, at least recent from the 1880s, probably recent thermal activity and changes in the behavior of the ground has caused this thing to now be sitting in the warm springs or hot springs that people were going to soak in once they changed into their suit. And your suit, of course, in 1881 would have been that big body suit, like even the men. The women wore a full-on Victoria dress to go swimming, right? Because, I mean, all the way down to the ankles. In 1881, that was the women's bathing suit. Look how far we've come today now. 2025, you got women wearing like zero fabric. Women's bikinis today, you could lose in the dryer and not even know where they are. Like, oh, look, it got hung up in the belt here. Like, they're compared to what they were in 1881. Even the men wore the full deal. Long sleeve, long leg. That was the bathhouse you would go change in 1881, but it was never used, and it's not going to be used anymore. Not by the photos I'm seeing from Yellowstone National Park. It is the oldest structure in a national park, and Andrew Rossi has the story. We'll have Andrew on later in the week. We'll ask him about this bathhouse. I'll bet he did not go to see it himself, and I'm going to see if he will. Because wouldn't that be a neat souvenir, a little chip off the log? Well, you're not allowed to take things in Yellowstone. But just get a photo of that. That'd be pretty neat. All right, we got to take one last break this hour. We'll be back with more on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake right after these.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I'm an ex-drug dealer, and I'll be your sub today. Can you see anything different as a pill? No. You don't know?
Fentanyl is being mixed into everything now. There's only one thing that will save somebody's life. That is naloxone nasal spray.
Fentanyl, it's cheap, it's potent, and it's profitable.
Why would drug dealers put a lethal dose of fentanyl in drugs if they know it's so harmful?
Really just all about the money.
I just didn't realize that one pill could change your whole life.
More kitchen now.
In today's digital world, it's hard to know who to trust. Your local TV and radio stations bring you the facts. Misinformation and deep fakes flood social media, but broadcasters deliver verified and accurate news. For news, emergency updates, sports, and entertainment, turn to your local stations. Text TV to 52886 and urge Congress to support the vital local journalism broadcasters provide.
Did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
Stories resonating with Cowboy State Daily readers, judging by the Facebook comments. A lot of folks interested in the story about the proposed Greenie tax targeting Coloradans. They come up here and they use our bike trails. Of course, we go down there and buy our pot, so it all evens out. Yeah, I just don't have a concept of overcrowding due to Coloradans. Well, maybe I do. I mean, where I am in Jackson Hole, there's Coloradans, there's Californians, there's Texans. There's every kind of license plate ever stamped out. Every day. here, so I guess we're being crowded out here as well. But down there on the border, with the Front Range, which is exploding in color, they're so packed in there. That whole Denver metropolitan area, oh, you can have it. And then even the whole Front Range, Fort Collins is just overrun with people. There are just too many people in Colorado. And yeah, there's so many that to get out and have any kind of room to have fun, the mountain bikers got to come up to Kurt Gowdy State Park and ride the trails there. And that means the folks in Wyoming who aren't used to crowding, we're used to having a little bit of room here, are being crowded out by so-called greenies. Greenies because those Colorado license plate, mostly green. Some of them are red and white. And most of them rocking the green and white plate. You only get a short glimpse at it because they drive so fast. You'd be like, what just went by us? I don't know, but it had a green plate. Representative Carly Provenza said they should have to pay to come up here and use our land. New legislation supported by Representative Carly Provenza would make Colorado pay their fair share. They've been talking about this for a while. 60%, more than 60% of the mountain bikers at Wyoming's Kurt Gowdy State Park are from out of state, mostly Colorado. So let's say half are from Colorado. Half the people out there using the 35-mile trail system established in 2006, declared by the International Mountain Bicycling Association to be a, quote, epic destination. Thanks for that, International Mountain Bicycling Association. Way to hang the shingle that Kurt Gowdy State Park open for business. And here come the Coloradans driving up Happy Jack Road to visit the park between Cheyenne and Laramie. The park's 19.2-mile loop winds through granite rock formations, canyons, high plains, and it's an epic ride, but filled with 50% greenies, 60% from out of state, most of that Colorado, according to the executive director of Wyoming Pathways, Michael Kusiak. Kurt Gowdy, he said, they were seeing 300,000 to 400,000 visitors a year during COVID. So 300,000 something during COVID. He said, believe now it's close to 600,000, double that post-COVID. And most of them coming from Colorado. Most being 6 out of 10 are from out of state. So Wyoming lawmakers, including Representative Carly Provenza, she's Democrat from Laramie, is proposing a greenie tax on Coloradans. It may be a tax that even staunch Republicans, even the most conservative of conservative, can get behind. Maybe finally we'll have a piece of legislation proposed by a Democrat that could be backed by the Freedom Caucus. Maybe. After all, we'd be taxing mostly Democrats, mostly liberals from Colorado. I mean, if you want to profile mountain bikers from Colorado, going to be like 90% Democrat. And I bet the Freedom Caucus could get behind the notion to tax them to come up here and ride the bike system. I don't know if, is it free to ride? Do they have a permit fee in place already? The proposed legislation would authorize annual fees capped at $10 for a Wyoming resident. Well, that's not bad. $10 to ride that thing for a whole year to use the bike trail, but it would be $20 for non-residents And in my perfect world, it would be $50 for Coloradans just because they're from Colorado. But that's not what the law is going to say. It's going to be $10 for us Wyomingites, $20 if you ain't from around here. And seriously, they should consider another tier, $50 for the green and white plates. Whenever asked, I've noticed that mountain bikers are more than happy to pay for their trails. So there's that, which, I mean, if I was a mountain biker, I don't know if I would be that eager to say, yeah, I would pay a fee to ride the trail, because they want the trails to be maintained. They got all kinds of jumps on them, and they realize that costs money. Somebody's got to make the trail and maintain the trail. So for your average mountain biker, yeah, most of them are more than happy to pay their way if you introduce a fee. If it's me and I hear about some kind of permit to use my public land, I bristle at that, because what's next? Then there's the hiking fee, the camping fee, and pretty soon we're paying permits for every dang thing we want to do out there in the backcountry, in the forest, in the parks. We already pay to get into them. We already pay to put a sticker on our boat or our four-wheeler or our snow machine. Now we got to pay to just even use the trail. Oh, you're coming to the park? Here's what it costs to get in. Oh, you want to bring that toy? Here's what it costs to bring that canoe. Oh, you're thinking of fishing? Here's the fee for the fishing. Oh, you want to camp here? Oh, we didn't know you were staying overnight. Here's the camping fee. And you want to hike on the trails? Hey, what do you think this is, freeloader? Here's the fee for hiking on the trails. Golly. Am I allowed to breathe the air while I'm in here? We didn't think of that. A fee for exercising your lungs. Yeah, anyway, good for them. Mountain bikers want to pay. So maybe this will be palatable for the end user that's going to be taxed, maybe even for the Freedom Caucus. I think they can get behind a tax that hits Coloradans. A tax on Colorado Democrats. Yes, we can get behind that with the Freedom Caucus think, right? I think Carly Provenza's got a great idea. She can actually extend a handshake across the aisle and bring in all kinds of disparate political beliefs with this tax. Taxing Colorado potheads to come ride our bike trail system. This is scary. That's not the only bike trail in Wyoming. Singletracks.com recently highlighted the Continental Trail at Togety Pass as the best high alpine epic you've never heard of. I've never heard of it. Of course, I'm not a mountain biker, but over 7 miles of downhill from Two Oceans parking lot to Brooks Lake Lodge. It's spectacular, says Kusiak. Every single inch of it, just beautiful scenery. Oh, great. And now every Coloradan knows about it. Can we take that part off the story? David Madison wrote it. We'll talk to David later. I'm going to ask him if he can please take that paragraph out of there, because here they come. That is some beautiful country. I've snowmobiled that. The trail, their so-called trail they're talking about, I think is just like a crummy old logging road. And it is remote, rustic, scenic. It's really cool. But it won't be cool for long if all the green and white plates come roaring up here and mess it up. Anyway, yeah, that's the proposed tax on Colorado mountain bikers for overusing Kurt Gowdy State Park, basically. Here's your fee. Here's your bill. Thanks for coming. Cowboy State Daily Show continues. Top of the hour news break for our radio affiliates. It's been so good. We got a good start to the Monday. We got a lot of special guests coming up. You don't want to miss the rest of the show, so stick around and thanks for being there. What a way to start your week, right? We're trying to make it easy. Remember, it's National Coffee Day. Get going on that. And don't forget to look at the fall colors this week. Peak season now in Wyoming. It's time for news on the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Mac Watson. A man from Star Valley was hiking in the beautiful Badlands near Kemmer when he noticed a bone-white streak jutting out an embankment of brown earth. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that dinosaur bones have been found all over Wyoming, but this one is different.
The foot was found in southwest Wyoming, and it was found in an Eocene paleosol. Now, the Eocene is about 50 to 55 million years ago. It's right after the time the dinosaurs got wiped out by the asteroid. But this was not rock. It was a loose soil from that time. And the foot appears to have tumbled into it because even though it looks like a fossil in situ, still in the rock where it was preserved, it's actually a modern foot. You can still see some of the connective tissue that tumbled into this loose soil that happens to be around 55 million years old. So it's interesting in circumstance, but not interesting in actuality because it doesn't belong where it is.
Hiker James Sanderson sent an email to the Wyoming State Geological Survey telling them of his find. They responded by telling Sanderson that their specialist is waiting to connect with paleontologists from the Bureau of Land Management and National Park Service, who'll be looking at it more closely in the field. Curt Gowdy State Park is a 35-mile trail system that attracts close to 600,000 visitors per year, and with most being from Colorado, Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that Wyoming legislators want all users to help pay for the trails they're loving, but greenies would pay more.
Certain folks in Wyoming use the term greenie to identify Coloradans, and it's because of that iconic green and white license plate that shows the outline of the mountains. Well, you see a lot of those license plates in places like Curt Gowdy State Park, which is increasingly popular among mountain bikers. Well, now comes a proposal to charge a trail fee similar to what's charged to snowmobilers and ATVers to help pay their way and make sure that trails are maintained and that these places across Wyoming, including this new amazing mountain bike trail up on Togety Pass that recently was renovated and sounds like a great downhill, 7 full miles. If riders access through a state park, this law, which is just a proposed bill, might slap a $20 per car.
If the proposed bill passes, monies collected would be used for signage, policing, and bathroom maintenance. Mining has always been a dangerous occupation, especially coal mining. But back in the 1920s, Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that even though the Frontier Mine Blast became the second worst mining disaster in the state and the Sublette Wyoming explosion the fifth, the number of fatalities could have been a lot worse in the 1924 accident.
What's interesting to me is that in the first explosion, there was men that survived by just staying inside the mine. They had the thought to stay inside the mine until ventilation improved. So they blocked their air passages to not allow gas to get into where they were at. And so because of that, they spent hours in the mine, but they ended up surviving.
After the two tragedies, the State Coal Mine Inspectors of Wyoming report emphasized that no matches or smoking material were allowed in the mine because of coal dust and flammable gas. I'll be back with more news right after this.
The Wyoming way of life. There's nothing like it. And no financial partner like your local cooperative credit union to help you live life the way you want to. We help you save for a brighter future, borrow for your dream home, start your small business. We've got your finances, and you've got plans, so go ahead, pitch a tent, head for the rodeo, reel in a big trout, fire up the smoker. Wyoming's credit unions are here to stay, and here for you.
And Robert Redford was an iconic actor who, like many people, fell in love with the West. But as Cowboy State Daily's Jackie Dorothy reports, But as Cowboy State Daily's Jackie Dorothy reports, Wyoming had a special allure for the Oscar-winning actor and director.
So what Robert Redford did is he immersed himself in the Wild West. I think this set him apart from many of the actors of his day and even today. He was right there in the middle of it, and he experienced so many of the different things, from the cold of the night to sitting at the bar where the outlaws congregated.
Redford had spent time over the years immersing himself in the breakout roles of both Butch Cassidy and mountain man Jeremiah Liver-Eating Johnson. He passed away at 89 on September 16th. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
Go wash up and grab your sister.
Okay, but first... Where's Grandma?
Hey, Mama.
Ma.
I'm worried about Mom.
Mom? She's fine. These the ones, right, Mama?
Yeah. Groundlings.
Sweet potatoes.
Sweet potatoes.
Daddy, it's salty.
Grandma's just getting old. Some things come with age.
And some don't.
Early detection of Alzheimer's can lead to better care for your loved one.
Add 2 eggs.
Learn the early warning signs at 10signs.org.
Cowboy State Daily show with Jake rolling along on a Monday. One of our listeners chimed in on the text line, which reminds me to put that number up for you. In case you're new to the program or forgot the number, you can reach us on the studio line anytime, 307-999-TALK, 307-999-8255. Shoot us a text, because nobody calls anymore, right? Like, there's no way you could call us. I don't know if I would answer the phone or not, because you would be instantly on the air if you're ready for that. But a text works. We had a text from one of our listeners wondering, isn't there an entry fee for the state park in Wyoming, for the Kurt Gowdy State Park, which I can't say I've ever been in it. That's about, if I walk out the door, get in the truck and head to Kurt Gowdy State Park, I'll be there in about 7 hours. That's how big Wyoming is. So I've never been there. Apparently there is a fee. Entrance fee, at least according to the interwebs, $12 for a non-resident, $7 for residents, just to get into the Kurt Gowdy State Park, which gets a 4.7 star rating in Google reviews. That's pretty good. Yeah, I have not done a lot of state parks usually when I travel, because I've always had a dog, and dogs are a no-no in state. They got to be on a leash. So I just don't bother with state parks, and they're usually too crowded for me. I go BLM or Forest Service or something a little off the beaten track. With state parks where you got organized campgrounds and 5 million RVs, yeah, I don't do the state parks. But yeah, you got a fee to get in. So for all those Colorado hippies, that'd be $12 just to get into Kurt Gowdy. And then another $20 or whatever the proposal was to go bike the trail system. So you're like $32 into it just to go mountain biking in. That could buy you a pretty big bag of weed for them Colorado hippies. Anyway, it's time to do this day in history because I fear we won't get to it with the jam-packed schedule we got going on. So let's do that now. This is early in the day for that, for anybody new to the show. Normally we do it later. But we're going to do it now. This day is the birthday of Nate Champion. Nate Champion, made famous or infamous, honestly, was born this day in 1857 in Texas. He would be killed on April 9th, 1892 during the Johnson County War. And Nate Champion was the local rancher. It was sheepmen against, well, it was ranchers against cattle barons. If you wanted to do like your own ranching, but you weren't part of the huge cattle land baron guys, they hired hitmen, posse, you know, everybody knows Johnson County War. 1857, Nate Champion, born on this day. Happy birthday, Nate, and sorry for the way it would go down later. 1879, dissatisfied Ute Indians killed Agent Nathan Meeker and 9 others. It was part of the Meeker Massacre in Colorado and gave rise to yet another resurgence in Indian troubles in eastern Wyoming, definitely. 1882, this day, Fort Sanders, south of Laramie, was sold at public auction. Wow, I didn't know you could sell a fort. What do you do with it? If you're the highest bidder, if you raised your paddle and bought Fort Sanders, now what? That's like buying that half-built bathhouse in Yellowstone. What do you do with it? I guess you can move it somewhere and say, hey, this is Fort Sanders. Or leave it where it is and charge people a couple of bucks to look at it. In 1882, Fort Sanders was sold at public auction. 1899, Veterans of Foreign Wars was established. In 1900, on this day, the Wild Bunch robbed a Union Pacific train near Tipton. We just had an article of history about the Wild Bunch robbing a train last week, so they were on a tear, that Wild Bunch. This day in 1917, note the date, 1917, Cokeville businesses finally got electric lights. Man, we were in a fairly advanced civilization by 1917, right? Sort of. But still no electric in Cokeville. And I'm not sure today Cokeville has power. Maybe somebody from Cokeville can chime in, get on the text line and tell us. 307-999-TALK, 307-999-8255. Shoot me a text if you're from Cokeville and you have power, just to verify. You should have had electric lights by 1917. 2008, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell a record of 777 points after the House defeated a $700 billion emergency rescue plan. Remember that? I sort of remember that. Now we have another standoff when it comes to budget. And there may be yet another government shutdown, but the Dow Jones stock market used to get real worried about that. I don't know if that's the same case anymore now. It's almost impossible to trip up the stock market. It's at a record high again right now. All these things happen on this day in history. It is September 29th. And as usual, we follow this day in history with the Western Ag Network and the Rodeo Roadshow.
It's the Rodeo Roadshow on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. I'm Will Rasmussen. Great to have you along as we head for the weekend, the last week in the regular season of professional rodeo. It's what it all comes down to, right? They start counting the money for real September 30th. We have a slate of rodeos to end the rodeo season we're going to talk about next on The Road Show. Stay close.
It's more than a convention. It's where the cattle industry comes together. CattleCon 2026 is heading to downtown Nashville, February 3rd through February 5th. Gain insights from top cattle industry experts, connect with fellow producers, and take part in shaping the future of our business. Plus, world-class entertainment and inspiring keynote speakers. Whether you're there for the business, the education, or the good times, CattleCon is where it all comes together. Register today at convention.ncda.org.
Every year, humic loss makes it harder for crops to absorb applied nutrients. Resurge from Helena is a low-dust granule that delivers humic compounds to improve nutrient uptake and plant growth. The Resurge granule's superior hardness and uniformity withstands pneumatic applications, allowing for even distribution in your fertilizer and across the acre. Energize your soil and elevate your crops. Contact your Helena representative to learn more. Always follow label instructions and check registration status before use.
So here we go, the last week of the regular season in 2025. We'll break hearts. We will make dreams come true this week. Well, all year long, really, right? It's been a long season since October 1st to September 30th. That is the official regular season of professional rodeo. Big money up for grabs at the Sanford Center in Sioux Falls, South Dakota. The Governor's Cup there in eastern South Dakota. The Stephenville, Texas Rodeo, the cowboy capital of the world, they call it there in Stephenville. Las Cruces, New Mexico has money up for grabs. San Bernardino, California, and yes, cowboys will be burning up the roads between all of these. San Bernardino, Poway, California. My friend Wayne Brooks will be there in San Diego, Poway. The Duel at the Dunes, the very last day of the regular season in Rogan, Colorado at the Cervi Arena. That's September 30th. Duel at the Dunes. How interesting. They just came up with that for the last day of the regular season, the guys and gals to win money. So the Governor's Cup, Stephenville, Texas, Las Cruces, New Mexico, San Bernardino, California, Poway, California, and Rogan, Colorado. On the Rodeo Roadshow, I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake continues. Yeah, that again is it sounded like an old show to me. I don't know how that happens unless the Western Ag Network is not updating things on their end. But the last weekend of rodeo they're talking about was this past weekend that just happened. You notice Las Cruces, New Mexico, they don't rodeo till the end of September because if they did it in July, it'd be like 133 degrees. That is one hot place, man. I've been to Las Cruces, New Mexico. Blew up a perfectly good Pontiac in Las Cruces, heading to the White Sands. It was like 110 at 7 in the morning. And yeah, I blew up that car. It's so hot in Las Cruces. Oh, that you can't rodeo till darn near October. And as Deanne Mangus points out, yes, it's the top 15 to go to the NFR, not the top 10, like I said. Top 15 moneymakers in each event invited to the show of shows, the NFR. We're going to be right back with Don Day, our weather guy, after this break.
The Seroptimists of Cody are inviting you to join them for their 17th annual Run for Hope, Saturday, October 4th. This 5K, 10K chip timed walk and run starts at the Rec Center at 9:30 a.m. with a kids race at 9. Proceeds support the Laney Cole Memorial Women's Cancer Fund. You can register for $35 in advance, $40 the day of the race. Discounted kids and student rates are available. You can register at Sunlight Sports in downtown Cody or online at runsignup.com. See you Saturday, October 4th for the Cody Seroptimist Run for Hope.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Dad! Okay, here we go, throw it! Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Nice.
Jason, let's go see your room.
What do you think? We kept it a little spare, so you can decorate it how you like.
Dinner! Go?
Excellent. Soccer is fun. Yeah, I saw you guys out there.
Yeah, it's a Monday edition of the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Don Day has made it a Monday morning for some of us. I got some cloud cover, but it's actually going to be a pretty good day today.
Yeah, pretty decent. We've got some showers and thunderstorms that are going to be around, and that's kind of how it's going to go, especially in western Wyoming here over the next few days. But temperatures for late September, early October, nice 60s and 70s. I mean, nice.
That's not bad at all. Yeah. Yeah, I could do that. At least we're not in the Southwest. Oh my goodness. You talked about this. You said rain coming to Arizona for sure. I'm seeing videos of the flooding in the Phoenix area, and I'm seeing Laguna, New Mexico driving in hail that's like 4 inches deep.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's some of the moisture that's over the state right now. So some areas yesterday got some pretty good rain, and that came right out of the desert Southwest. So some of that stuff that you see down there, that's the way those thunderstorms work down in the Southwest U.S. They're never like, just a gentle rain. It's like, doesn't rain for weeks. Then all of a sudden it just unleashes.
Well, what is wrong with my Zoom room? I'm gigantic and you're regular sized.
You're the Jolly Green Giant.
Yeah, like I'm way too big. I can reach up and squeeze the clouds if I wanted to get that afternoon shower out of there for wherever it's coming. But yeah, really nice week. You were mentioning some stuff on the sugar beet story for Cowboy State Daily. They like it coolish in the Bighorn Basin to harvest those sugar beets. Coolish is coming, but they don't want the wet with it. And then, of course, upland game bird hunters want it to be cold enough to drive birds down here so they can shoot at them. Are you going to make weather for everybody to be happy, sugar beet growers?
It is absolutely impossible. I learned this a long time ago. I mean, you could have the most spectacular, sunny, warm weekend somewhere, and someone's going to be unhappy. I found that out. For sugar beet harvest, yes, it is going to be warm this week, but not too hot. The cooler those temperatures are, the more sugar can stay in the beet. That sugar content stays up a bit. And we're also looking at the weather for the fowl hunters. is really going to swing in their favor. But this is where the two shall meet, so to speak. What the hunters want and what the beet harvest wants could be two different things. Because from a week from today, Jake, it is going to be a lot colder. And a week from today, as early as this upcoming Sunday, we're going to be talking about snow in Wyoming's northern western mountains, possibly significant snow and some colder temperatures. Is this a big blast of Arctic cold? No, but things are changing. Once we get into next weekend and the week after that, and then I think the week after that, we could have a very busy start to October, even though the first 3 or 4 days of October will be very benign. After that, I think it's game on.
Yeah, I did notice that. When we turned the calendar page to October, a lot different highs and lows. You chop 10, 15 degrees off what we've been seeing the last few days anyway, because I have a wedding next Saturday and I'm worried for them. They better pack their parkas. All right. Good stuff, Don.
All righty. Have a good morning.
Thank you. You too. Day weather forecast. Yeah, we're going to make sugar beet growers as happy as we can as they start their harvest. And we're also going to be good to the bird hunters, upland bird hunters. They want to shoot at geese and ducks. They need it to be kind of coolish, at least up north where the birds come from. Then the birds will come down to Wyoming. Something like that. I don't know. I don't even own a shotgun, much less pointed at birds. But that's what they want. And Don Day complying, I guess. And the day weather forecast. When it does turn cooler, that could be reason to think of our next guest, Brenda Lee. Not that Brenda Lee. How many times have you heard that one, Brenda?
Very often.
I'm a huge fan of the Brenda Lee. This is Brenda Lee 2, the other Brenda Lee. And we're talking about Operation Warm. Here's what I didn't know. And give us the, just the background on what you're doing, just the 101. But I didn't know, for instance, what makes Operation Warm different from like a coat drive. And we are talking about clothing kids that need coats, need shoes, need stuff. But this is all new. Like, I didn't even know something like this existed. Tell me about what you're doing. Brenda Lee is the Vice President of Marketing Communications for Operation Warm.
Yeah, so thanks for having me, Jake. So Operation Warm's been around for 25 years, over 25 years. We were founded in the Philadelphia suburbs, and we manufacture our own line of coats and shoes, like you said, for kids in need. And the new part is really important to us. We all know what it feels like to have something new that you've picked out yourself. And the confidence that comes with that is a really important part of our mission. And so we did this recent survey, really more for affirmation. We know, kind of in this current political and economic climate that so many families are struggling. And after covering things like food and rent and bills, there's very little left for clothing essentials, particularly warm coats and shoes. And kids outgrow stuff very fast. On average, kids are outgrowing their coats in about 6 months, their shoes in about 4. And when you have multiple kids, it really straps families who are already working paycheck to paycheck.
I hate to even think about it, Brenda. Over a third of parents have admitted they kept their kids home from school because they didn't have clothes to wear, the proper clothes or whatever. Like, I hate that. I like, hopefully, that parents are choosing to feed first. I want kids to be nourished. Like, that's great. And if the money runs out when it comes time to get the new coat, that's where we got to get Operation Warm into the scene. So tell me how you decide, and it's pretty cool. You know that kids are kids, and, a pre-owned coat is better than no coat, but what you're doing, the nonprofit Operation Warm, is really cool. you are donating, gifting kids a brand new coat and a fashionable coat. Like you actually look into what should the coats, what are the kids wearing this year? What are the cool kicks the kids want this year? So I love that. How do you do that? And like take us into the design room a little bit.
Sure. That's especially from a marketing perspective, that's one of my favorite parts of my job is working closely with our product team to design each year's coats and choose coat colors. And some of our biggest partners in the fashion and retail industry, like Nordstrom or Abercrombie, will help us choose and will say, hey, here's what's new and up and coming for kids' fashions, and will help us by contributing, their thoughts and ideas on that. So we design new coats, new colors, new sneakers every year. And that's an important part of being a kid. We've all been on an elementary school playground and we know what it's like to be left out. And so with clothing insecurity, particularly with coats and shoes, we know that if you don't have what you need, like you touched on parents not even sending their kids to school, but even kids who get to school, if you don't have what you need, you're sitting out from recess, you're probably not socializing with your friends, and it gets in the way of what's important, which is showing up to learn. It's not just about comfort. A warm coat means access. If you're not going to school because you don't have a coat, you're also missing out, like you said, on things like 2 meals a day, breakfast and lunch at school. You're missing out on the education. You're missing out on the friends. You're missing out on the caring adults who make a difference. And so that coat or that pair of shoes is a really important part of a kid's connection to their community.
Yeah, any coat as we get into the cold season means you're at school or not. The right coat, the right sneakers, or what's perceived as right fashionable is also it's hugely important. There's no denying that. Like kids, they want to fit in so bad. You got to fit in. There's bullying, and we don't even want to go down that road. But yeah, having the right wear is key. You're more than coats, though. That's one of your slogans. What does that mean?
So more than a coat means that the coat is a catalyst for connection. It means that with the coat, we hope the coat and the shoes or the sports bras open the door to bigger things, open the door to connection. Like I said, if you're not at school, there's so much you're missing out on. If you're not out playing at recess, there's so much you're missing out on from a physical and mental health perspective. So the coat is just the thing. It's the catalyst that gets you there. Also, our gifting events at schools, one of the magical parts about those events is that the coat provides that connection to your community directly through volunteering. So, our corporate partners or our community partners will also help us distribute those coats at local areas, Title I schools. And so they get to have a one-to-one interaction with the kid in their community. They get to help them pick out their coat or their shoes. And it's a really cool experience of having another adult in your community that cares about you. It's pretty cool.
Well, we're talking to Brenda Lee, Operation Warm. They've stepped into the gap of what is a quiet crisis. I like the way you explain that because, hunger takes the forefront when we hear about kids that aren't getting enough food. That just cannot happen. And then maybe sometimes flying a little under the radar is kids that just don't have the right clothes, don't have any clothes, don't have that right warm coat, don't have sneakers. More than half of parents say they've delayed purchasing a warm coat this year because they simply couldn't afford one. Operation Warm provides more than 7 million brand new coats, shoes, and sports bras to kids across North America. How do you do what you do, Brenda? Do you need schools to sign up with you? Like, how does it all work?
So it works. So we partner with corporations, foundations, and community organizations to sponsor the gifting events at Title I schools or at other nonprofits that support kids and families in need. And so with the funding from our partners, we can manufacture our coats, and a lot of times, our partners, like I said, provide volunteers to help our events come to life. But individuals can help too. Individuals can go to our website, operationwarm.org, and donate. $25 provides a brand new coat or a pair of shoes for a kid. And And we run on a really stringent program budget. 95 cents of every dollar that you donate to Operation Warm goes directly to coat and shoe programs. So it's a really great way to get involved, whether you're an organization or whether you're an individual. Schools, particularly, I want to talk about schools and organizations that support kids and families can go to our website and sign up on our wish list. So if you're one of those organizations, if you're the school nurse, if you are, just a caring part of the community and you see a need, check out our website, sign up for the wish list, and we can come hopefully and do a distribution event in your town.
And now you're covering kids like K through 6, or there's a lot of different size kids and all those age ranges. What do you have for clothing? I imagine you go from, extra small to extra big.
Yeah, we do. Kids come in all different sizes. My 13-year-old is, wearing a size 11 shoe. So,
wow.
Yes, we have we do 3T kids 4 coats all the way up to adults double XL. And then the shoes are 9 kids all the way up to adult 9. So the sweet spot for us is elementary age kids. We can, serve slightly above and slightly below, but that sweet spot is elementary schools.
Brenda, how do you identify who is in need? I'm sure, people could say that they're in need, or worse, you will not hear from people who are truly in need. How do you find out what are the guardrails that you put in place for who you consider in need of a new coat?
Sure. So our beneficiaries tend to be, like I said, Title I elementary schools, not just elementary, but Title I schools and other 501c3s and nonprofits that serve children and families in need. So those organizations can sign up on our wish list. If we have funding in an area and our wish list doesn't show an organization that's on the wish list that needs our help, we'll do the research and we'll find Title I schools. Unfortunately, Jake, we don't have any problem finding Title I schools or organizations that support families. So we'll do the research, we'll find organizations. We like to serve as many kids as possible at each event. So when we come to an elementary school, we serve the entire school. That means everybody leaves with a coat that day. And it's a really cool experience. It's a really bonding experience between, the kids and their local community.
That gets me to that question of distribution. Brenda Lee with Operation Warm, your marketing background, you can build the greatest mousetrap in the world, but if you can't get it to the consumer, so how do you, what do these distribution points look like? You just go to a school and you say, hey, here's the store.
Our gifting events are magical. We show up to an elementary school. We bring, between 25 and 50 volunteers, and we set up typically the gym or the auditorium with all the coats and shoes. We lay everything out to display the colors and the styles. The kids come down classroom by classroom, and each kid is paired with a volunteer 1-to-1. So Jake will get to walk down, with a kid and help the kid choose something they like in the color, style, and size that suits them best. Inside of each coat that we manufacture is a name tag with a special spot for the kid's name. And that's important because that solidifies this is yours. This is yours to keep, and it's brand new, and you got to pick it out. And so they get their coat. They've had this cool interaction with a local volunteer, and then they go back to their classrooms. The excitement that you see on these kids' faces and the excitement that you see on the volunteers' faces is really life-changing. It's amazing what just a coat or a pair of shoes can do for a kid in that day. But as adults, we know that it's not just that day. That coat's going to get them through the rest of the school year, and it's going to make such a difference in the way they show up. So it's really cool. Once you see our events, or once you've been a part of one of our events, there's no going back. It's pretty magical.
Yeah, I've seen the videos. I've seen the photos. It is impactful. And again, not to downplay any kind of a coat drive or pre-owned stuff. That has its role. That's huge. But the newness of the product, like the experience of shopping, the smell of something new, brand new. I'm the first one who's going to own this. That's for some kids, like they may have had hand-me-downs from the older brother, older sister. Like this is the first time new. This really feels like me and mine. That's important for a kid.
Yeah, it's really important to a kid. It's important to us. For our mission, our mission is all about confidence and hope. And yes, any coat that's going to serve the purpose is a good coat. But sometimes we know that, your older brother is likely a different size and shape than you are. And so when something doesn't quite suit you, whether it's not the right size or whether it's been a little more than gently worn, it's a different opportunity. We all know what it feels like to put on something that helps us feel our best. And so that spark is really what we're looking for. And the new coats are, really great. They're top of the line. They're really high quality. We can control the quality because we manufacture everything ourselves. So we partner with some of our retail partners to be in the know on what's new and exciting in kids' trends, and also what's new from a material perspective and from a warmth perspective, which we know is important to the parents too.
All right. Well, everybody listening, I'm hoping you're ready in front of a smart screen and you're ready to click. It's time to donate. You got to do that. This fundraising ongoing. Operation.org, or operationwarm.org. There's a donate button right there on the website. Safe giving. I love this idea. Great. Whoever thought this up, genius. Let's keep it going. Even though it is in the heart of Philadelphia, not one of my favorite sports cities, Brenda. I'll just say that. But the Eagles are undefeated, actually. Look out.
Go Birds. Well, listen, we are based outside of Philadelphia, but we support kids and families in need all across North America. So we will happily come to Wyoming and do gifting events in your town. So we'd love to support you guys if you would like to donate, but if you'd also like to sign up for our wish list or sign up to be a volunteer in the Wyoming area, we would love to have you.
Yeah, if you have the means, giving, on the website, operationwarm.org, donate. If you're on the other end in need of giving, in need of receiving giving, also be in contact on the website. Brenda, thanks for sharing time with us today.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Have a great Monday. Brenda Lee, Operation Warm. I like to know, warms my heart just thinking there is such a thing as Operation Warm. Very cool. Let's take a quick break. We got more guests coming up on the Cowboy State Daily Show right after this.
Wyoming is the Cowboy State. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Sometimes fatherhood
I'm the first Viking who wouldn't kill a dragon.
can feel like an epic battle.
But you will.
But you can change your kid's world just by being there. And with a little help, you won't believe how high they can soar.
All right, bud, you ready?
I'm proud to call you my son.
Come on!
Never stop being a dad. To learn more, visit fathersincorporated.com.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
For decades, I've taught you everything I know. How to safely build a fire. How to control the flames. What to do with hot coals. How to secure your chains. But I can only teach wildfire prevention. Only you can prevent wildfires.
This is just random, this precocious sound bed. I don't know if it's Jackson-y or not.
Very mischievous, that's for sure.
Yeah, it feels like something, like you're gonna try to do something and...
Something's afoot.
Yeah, dude.
Going on.
Something's afoot.
There's a lot of mystery to that.
I know. It feels like you and I are making a movie, and you're the director.
Yeah.
And I'm the sound guy, and I propose this, and you're like, that's not the way I saw the scene going. What's a foot?
This doesn't fit the artistic vision of my film.
It may fit the folks of Chugwater who are wondering what's a foot with proposed wind and solar farm. Man, every week there's like one of these things pops up somewhere in the state, and it appears there's a bunch of people who hate it and some who say, man, it's on our land, it's on private property. Sorry you hate it, but this works. 47,000 acre wind and solar farm, Chugwater area. What's afoot here?
Yeah, well, that's kind of like this eternal debate that keeps going on because so being new to Wyoming, I myself am kind of learning a lot about private property rights and how people sort of interpret that. And there's really no hard and fast rules, at least from what I understand, other than that you can use your land the way that you see fit. And so that's kind of the crux of this debate in with all of these energy projects, not even just this Chugwater one, because the people that I've spoke to, the landowners, that are largely in favor of projects like this, they say it's my land, I can do what I want, it's going to give me money, it's going to, help me do this, and that. But the other people in the community argue that, energy developments are going to have a lot wider ranging impacts than just confined to their land. I've heard everything from the vibrations of the wind turbine are going to disturb the earthworms in the soil to even upset some people with some certain medical conditions. So they argue that, these giant turbines that are taller than the tallest building in Cheyenne by many times over are going to really have like a community-wide impact. And that's kind of the crux of this story here that you were mentioning that we put together last week.
So there's a lot of reasons not to like wind and solar. Like you said, when it gets down earthworm, you're really trying hard to find a reason you don't like wind and solar. But what about the ranchers that you've talked to? Is this something they're doing to allow them to even keep ranching? Like some of them may say, hey, the cows aren't doing it anymore. I'm up against all these challenges. This is going to help me keep this land.
Yeah, and that's the argument that I've heard. There's a group called True Ranches that repeatedly testified here in Cheyenne for a different wind project, not this Chugwater one, but actually called the Laramie Wind Range Project, which was actually shot down by the commissioners. But that group was arguing that this is a modern solution to a modern problem. They're like, ranching has deep traditions in Wyoming, fifth and sixth generation people caring for these cattle, caring for this land, but the times aren't the same anymore. There's these challenges that we have, with making a living doing this stuff and trying to keep everything together. So they argue, that it's a modern solution, bring some technology into it. But of course, here in Wyoming, we like our old ways. We are set in our roots, So that is really what I hear from the other side of the argument, that we don't need these developments. We don't need anything new. They're an eyesore. Let's just keep the land the way that it is.
Yeah, I don't know how we solve stuff like wind, solar. These projects seem to be so contentious. But Jackson Walker, Cowboy State Daily, is on that story. Also, the Cheyenne City Council member, Scott Roybal. I mean, this was a surprise. Remembered as a mentor, a friend, a colleague, and the news of his death, pretty shocking. Nobody saw this coming.
Yeah, and personally very shocking for me. I actually had the great honor of meeting Scott Roybal just last week.
Wow.
We got lunch together. We were at the Albany. We were talking about government. He was telling me about stories coming up. And yeah, just very unexpectedly, they've yet to conduct the full kind of examination, but it's suspected that this is just natural causes. There's nothing suspicious at play. But yeah, absolutely very sudden, very jarring news for sure. And people that know Scott will know that he was so passionate about city government. He loved the city of Cheyenne. And one of his passion projects was this Belvoir Ranch, which is going to be a large stretch of public trails that's going to stretch here through Cheyenne. And he'd been working on this literally since he joined the council all the way back in 1990s. So this has been a huge priority of Scott's, and the ribbon cutting isn't going to take place till next year. So he's never going to see it through to completion. And it's just such a shame. But I did speak to Mayor Patrick Collins, and he told me that while he doesn't know for certain what could happen, they want to do some kind of honor for Scott Roybal, whether it's at Belvoir Ranch, or maybe if it's somewhere else in the city, or maybe if it's even just a proclamation of some sort. But they believe that Scott was really deserving of some kind of recognition, and this just solidifies his legacy even more as one of the great policymakers here in the city of Cheyenne.
Yeah, I think the trail, if not named for him, a park bench, or something. We got to do something for Scott. I appreciate the way you wrote the story, Jackson. It's front loaded with Scott as a person, not necessarily how does the council fill that seat or what did he do in politics. Like, you really captured Scott the person. That's the key thing. I mean, man, just surprising news. Ward 1, they have more than, he's a Ward 1 guy, right? They have like different wards in Cheyenne because it's so big.
Yeah, there's 2 remaining members of Ward 1. So how it's going to work with filling a council vacancy is that the city council is officially going to declare Scott Roybal's seat vacant. And then after that, they're going to have sort of an audition process almost, where people throughout the city are going to submit applications to this vacancy. Then the remaining 2 Ward 1 members are going to interview people, and from that make a recommendation to the council. The council will then vote on who they want to fill that seat, and then that individual will join the City Council of Cheyenne. They will serve the remainder of Roybal's term, which stretches until the end of 2026, so a little bit over a year. And in that time, that individual will be able to decide whether or not they want to run again, in which case they will run for re-election just as any other member of the City Council would.
And that new member should come in suggesting we put Scott Roybal's name on the new trail system.
It'd be a good way to earn some points right off the bat, for sure. It'd be a popular move. I think everyone is in agreement that this is a guy that deserves some kind of recognition like that.
Yeah. Jackson Walker, finally, the trifecta. Can we not enjoy the brand new Sublette County Hospital for 1 second before you suggest how are we going to pay for it? I mean, we just cut the ribbon on this thing, but the headline is, can it stay open? Can it?
Yeah. Well, us journalists, we always got to find a way to ruin everything, and this is no exception. So, yeah, Sublette County just had the ribbon cutting on their brand new hospital. Over 100 years in the making. That has been the only county previously, the only county in Wyoming that did not have a hospital, which forced a lot of the residents there to drive almost over 90 minutes away to get medical treatment. So finally, we cut the ribbon on this hospital, but the members of the board aren't resting on their laurels. They're looking ahead already to future challenges, such as funding struggles, because this hospital needs a lot of work to maintain, obviously. And, doctors and nurses aren't free and they're not cheap, that's for sure.
Yeah.
So one of the things they're trying to get is a government designation that basically signifies the importance of this hospital. There's certain qualifications of how far away you can be from other medical centers, but it essentially recognizes that like this medical institution is very important in the community because of how many people it serves and how far away they are from other places. So once they acquire that government designation, that is going to help get them a lot of subsidies. They're going to get a lot of reimbursements from the government, and that's going to lower all their operating costs. But during the interim time while they're applying for that designation, they are operating on a regular hospital salary. And I spoke to one of the members of the board. They argued that they're sort of hemorrhaging cash in this interim time, which is kind of a scary thing to hear. And then when you take into account, too, the 25% property tax cut that was put into effect earlier this year, that is also eating into the hospital's revenue because property taxes always go to support your community. So there's a lot of different challenges facing the hospital, but I feel strongly that the people in charge there know what they're doing. They have a good head on their shoulders, and they'll be able to navigate all these challenges.
These smaller, rural, remote hospitals we see across the nation are just shuttering because of financial concerns. So for a while, it's going to be nervous operating in the red, but is there indication that they're pretty certain on these grants, on this federal funding?
Well, they know that they qualify for this government designation. They know that already. It's just a matter of fact of filling out the paperwork, seeing how long it takes to get it through the system, all that, the common bureaucracy stuff that faces everyone. But again, they wouldn't have put this together if they weren't certain that they could have the funding to support it. It's just a matter of actually achieving that goal.
Yeah.
So in the meantime, we're going to keep an eye on it, and hopefully they can keep this thing afloat because it's a beautiful building, a beautiful institution, and it's going to do a lot of good for a lot of people.
Yeah, and it's definitely needed. Sublette County. Yeah, they're coming up. I mean, not that we don't want to see our friends in Sublette County up here in Teton. We have a great hospital, St. John's, but that's a long way to go if you're in need of medical care, especially if time is important. Yeah.
It is. And one of the things, too, that's going to be so important about this hospital is it's going to provide a lot of preventative care, specifically mammograms. So, for women, for example, who need to get these preventative checkups, driving 90 minutes away, taking off of work for a day to go do that, that's a huge hassle. But now this place that's here in their community, that's going to have some really big impacts on the people of Sublette County. And I actually spoke to the leader of a nonprofit focused on those kind of issues. So it's going to be really cool to see how that kind of continues to grow in that area.
I will be happy for all the people to be able to stay in Sublette and get medical care there because they won't be on the highway outside my place. That is running up and down the road like...
right by the Grumpy Moose.
That's right. Hey, man, have a grumpy Monday, will you?
I'm going to try not to.
Or any kind of Monday you want. You do you and you do your Monday. Thanks, Jackson. Jackson Walker, the Cowboy State Daily Show, and his stories in the Cowboy State Daily you got to check out. After nearly 100 years in the making, Sublette County gets their hospital, but how do you keep it operating? That's a question for smarter minds than I, but Jackson suggests the answer could lie in a federal program that they got their eyes on, just a matter of when the check gets in the mail, so to speak. Other stories from Jackson in the Cowboy State Daily you got to check out as we make our way to top of the hour. I want to also check out this story about Ucross. Jackie Dorothy will be on with us. When are Jackie's days? Jackie's here tomorrow. All right. And I want to talk to her. I want to try to get some of these artists on the show. Artists from around the world compete to get into coveted residency spots in tiny Ucross, Wyoming. I was not aware of, and I'm not in the art world, so it's probably no surprise, but I was not aware of this program in Ucross. Ucross is legit tiny, like population 26, and they have this prestigious art program there, which is hard to get into, and it draws international talent, and it's been going on for 40 years. I had no idea. It's all thanks to the dream of founder Raymond Plank and the mission of the Ucross Foundation. They provide artists with a creative space, take artists in residency. They supply them with a place, a space, and a chef to prepare their meals, living accommodations, meals provided by a chef, and then just a place to work that's different out of their own studio. And for instance, people like California resident featured in the story, Virginia Brosma. And Brosma works in Long Beach, I believe. She has a studio in Los Angeles. She's from Long Beach. She's been trying to get into this program for a while and finally did. So, yeah, we're going to talk more about her and the whole Ucross art scene after top of the hour news break now.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Mac Watson. A man from Star Valley was hiking in the beautiful Badlands near Kemmer when he noticed a bone-white streak jutting out in an embankment of brown earth. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that dinosaur bones have been found all over Wyoming, but this one is different.
The foot was found in southwest Wyoming, and it was found in an Eocene paleosol. Now, the Eocene is about 50 to 55 million years ago. It's right after the time the dinosaurs got wiped out by the asteroid. But this was not rock. It was a loose soil from that time. And the foot appears to have tumbled into it because even though it looks like a fossil in situ, still in the rock where it was preserved, it's actually a modern foot. You can still see some of the connective tissue that tumbled into this loose soil that happens to be around 55 million years old. So it's interesting in circumstance, but not interesting in actuality because it doesn't belong where it is.
Hiker James Sanderson sent an email to the Wyoming State Geological Survey telling them of his find. They responded by telling Sanderson that their specialist is waiting to connect with paleontologists from the Bureau of Land Management and National Park Service, who'll be looking at it more closely in the field. Curt Gowdy State Park is a 35-mile trail system that attracts close to 600,000 visitors per year, and with most being from Colorado, Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that Wyoming legislators want all users to help pay for the trails they're loving, but greenies would pay more.
Certain folks in Wyoming use the term greenie to identify Coloradans, and it's because of that iconic green and white license plate that shows the outline of the mountains. Well, you see a lot of those license plates in places like Curt Gowdy State Park, which is increasingly popular among mountain bikers. Well, now comes a proposal to charge a trail fee similar to what's charged to snowmobilers and ATVers to help pay their way and make sure that trails are maintained and that these places across Wyoming, including this new amazing mountain bike trail up on Togety Pass that recently was renovated and sounds like a great downhill, 7 full miles. If riders access through a state park, this law, which is just a proposed bill, might slap a $20 per car.
If the proposed bill passes, monies collected would be used for signage, policing, and bathroom maintenance. Mining has always been a dangerous occupation, especially coal mining. But back in the 1920s, Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that even though the Frontier Mine Blast became the second worst mining disaster in the state and the Sublette Wyoming explosion the fifth, the number of fatalities could have been a lot worse in the 1924 accident.
What's interesting to me is that in the first explosion, there was men that survived by just staying inside the mine. They had the thought to stay inside the mine until ventilation improved. So they blocked their air passages to not allow gas to get into where they were at. And so because of that, they spent hours in the mine, but they ended up surviving.
After the two tragedies, the State Coal Mine Inspectors of Wyoming report emphasized that no matches or smoking material were allowed in the mine because of coal dust and flammable gas. I'll be back with more news right after this.
The Wyoming way of life. There's nothing like it. And no financial partner like your local cooperative credit union to help you live life the way you want to. We help you save for a brighter future, borrow for your dream home, start your small business. We've got your finances, and you've got plans. So go ahead, pitch a tent, head for the rodeo, reel in a big trout, fire up the smoker. Wyoming's credit unions are here to stay and here for you.
And Robert Redford was an iconic actor who, like many people, fell in love with the West. But as Cowboy State Daily's Jackie Dorothy reports, Wyoming had a special allure for the Oscar-winning actor and director.
So what Robert Redford did is he immersed himself in the Wild West. I think this set him apart from many of the actors of his day and even today. He was right there in the middle of it, and he experienced so many of the different things, from the cold of the night to sitting at the bar where the outlaws congregated.
Redford had spent time over the years immersing himself in the breakout roles of both Butch Cassidy and mountain man Jeremiah Liver-Eating Johnson. He passed away at 89 on September 16th. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
Our beautiful world is changing, withering, dying by the hands of those who don't value nature, even though we all depend on it for life itself. But there is hope. Together with caring friends, the Nature Conservancy can restore our lands, heal our waters, and save our wildlife with big solutions only nature can provide. But every day we lose more of the places we love, and we urgently need to save endangered lands, waters, and wild species. The actions we take today will determine the tomorrow we leave to our children and grandchildren. The water they drink, the air they breathe, the beauty they experience. To learn more about how you can help protect and conserve our beautiful world, visit nature.org today.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Monday morning, and a chilly Monday morning. Cold enough to suck the sugar out of your beets. Careful. Actually, they like it that way, don't they? These sugar beet harvesters. They like it cool, but not necessarily wet. What's going on in the Bighorn Basin? If everything pans out, this is going to be near record-setting harvest, and I'm happy for everybody that does that sugar beet thing.
Yeah, good morning. They've had some up and down temperatures. They got to pile those beets in big piles before they go into the processor. And if it's too hot, they can turn to mush. They start respirating. One source told me that the beets, when they're in a pile, they're still trying to grow. They think they still have a life ahead of them, and they start to heat up and can turn to mush. So yes, good news for the cool temperatures. Cool and dry, I think, is what a beet farmer wants right now.
And I think Don Day is complying, making those beet farmers happy, making those upland bird hunters happy. He's got a lot of people to consider when he's cooking up weather. We're talking to D-Mad, David Madison, his story about where do old robots go to die. I love this story. Campbell County Sheriff's Office, they're thinking about what do you do with that Remotech F6B. It was state-of-the-art back in the day, but the day was like 2005. This thing's 20 years old now, this robot. These are the automated, this is what goes into a building that, like, maybe they have a suspected bomb, so the robot goes in to sort of poke the explosive device, see if it'll go off. Judy's had a tough job in her 20 years, but she's ready for retirement.
Yeah, they named this robot after the woman who wrote the grant. Oh. And so that's how the robot got the name Judy. It's had, Judy's biggest moment was, I think, going in and retrieving some questionable dynamite on a ranch. Dynamite used to be used a lot more frequently to do all kinds of things. And so she did that, and she breached a couple doors. But really, we're blessed in Wyoming. We don't have to send in the robots that often. But they needed a new one. And yeah, Commissioner Bob Jordan said, well, where do they go to die? And I thought, that's an excellent question to try and answer. And it turns out Wyoming has some experts when it comes to bomb squad robots.
Yeah, I love the response to what do you do with the old robots? And somebody said, well, Cheyenne PD has theirs on display in the lobby, and that wasn't going to be good enough for this robot. So it turns out, right, the SO was gifted an ambulance that nobody wanted, so that you got to convert it. You got a little an ambulance thing that you can put Judy in, and just in case, we'll keep Judy for a backup.
Yeah. Maybe the ambulance has a name too, and it's like two retired cops that have been given a desk job. Know?
And I'm earlier this morning on the show, David, I was thinking of the Hollywood movie here. This fancy new robot comes in with state-of-the-art tech. The robot's going to be equipped with artificial intelligence, AI. So when you tell this robot to go into a hostile situation and go see if this bomb's real, the robot may make a decision itself saying, this sounds dangerous. I'm not going to go. And you'll have to go get old Judy out of the old ambulance. And yeah.
That's an excellent plot.
That's the way I see it going down. The old way's always better, man. Judy has never made those kind of decisions. She goes where you tell her. Yeah. Interesting story. This story is fascinating, David. How did you ever find out about this? There's a lost, presumed dead Sergeant Thomas Cotner of Casper. This is in the early 1940s, World War II. He was last known as he was one of the dudes on a B-17 Flying Fortress, radio operator and gunner. And he's just one of the many, many cases, I'm sure, of World War II where you take off and you never come back. And where the heck? What happened to this guy? What happened to his plane? And now, this many years later, we know.
Yeah, this really just fell in our lap. There's this group, Pacific Rex, that does this kind of research, and Justin Talon, who he happened to be in New Guinea when word came that this road crew had found some wreckage, and so he rushed to the scene armed with serial numbers and was able to identify it as a specific B-17 that was known to have disappeared flying a mission on September 15th, 1942, right at the beginning of the war. And then so he did the deep dive, Justin did, on finding all these crew members, and then reached out to us because we had one crew member who was born in Warland and grew up in Casper. And so, yeah, it was just a wonderful lead and, a very tragic story, but wonderful to be able to connect with veterans and talk to them about what it means to have a closure and have an ending to stories about our heroes. And it was fascinating to me to think that this person, he was probably early 20s, went to Natrona High. He worked in oil and gas around Casper, and then went off and trained to be an airman. This is, I think, even before it was officially called the Air Force. It was the Army Air Corps. And, his last happy news appears in this little newspaper article in the Casper Star Tribune about how his mom throws him a party to celebrate the end of his training. And it was at some place called Club La Vida. And so I tried to figure out where that was. It turns out it's out in Evansville, it actually burned down a couple of years after this party. And so I tried to bring it into the present and say that this guy disappeared from Casper 80 plus years ago. And now we have a chance to at least salute his service, and really specifically know how he perished. They believe that, according to the researchers, that they completed the mission. They were trying to bomb this. They're trying to keep the Japanese from getting a foothold in New Guinea, and so they were bombing a really key airfield. And they hit bad weather on the way home, way back to the base. They were stationed in New Guinea, but I think they were trying to get back to a staging area in New Guinea and then get back to Australia where they were based. And then they ran into weather and slammed into the side of this mountain on New Britain Island is what it looks like. And so the story will continue. I think family members, we couldn't connect with any Cottoners. And he also, had a stepfather, and that family is close to them. But we didn't connect with them. But I did speak to the grand niece of another crewman, Marion Taylor from Billings, and they really keep Marion's memory alive. So they, the source I spoke to, Joanna, she said, it comes up at family reunions at Christmas. I've heard about Marion my whole life. And so we just didn't know. We would pull out his letters. Marion wrote a letter the day before this fateful mission. And so they have this, first person history of someone experiencing the very beginning of World War II and have really paid tribute to that family member for years. And now they can definitively say, what his ultimate fate was. And, so yeah, cheers to Pacific Rex. They do really important work. I'm glad that organization exists, and maybe next time someone from Wyoming turns up in their research, they'll reach out again.
Yeah. Thomas Cottoner is the guy we've been talking about, last heard from in October of 1942, October 14th is when the crash. And then, who's Talon, the guy who's invented this Pacific Rex?
Yeah, it looks like he's just been a dogged researcher who's been able to fund his nonprofit, and he is thorough. I mean, it was a very detailed breakdown that he just handed to us, and then I went in and tried to make it contemporary by looking up where, I was hoping to find the house where Tom Cottoner lived, but it's now a parking lot. And I was hoping to find anyone that knew something about Cottoner. I couldn't in Casper, but not for trying. And those wonderful looking, he dug up all of these newspaper clippings. He goes from them celebrating his end of training, and then Tom goes off to war and he disappears. And there were a couple of stories, but I think after 1943, it really is radio silence that his memory is only held in the minds of those who knew him, and that's many generations ago. And so it's great to bring back his memory. And I thought it was really nice that Dean Welch, who's one of the veterans in Casper that does a lot for that community and helped with the memorial in Casper, and he jumped in his car after he spoke to me and heard this story and drove over to make sure that Cottoner's name was on the wall in Casper. And it is. And so anyway, yeah. Cheers to Pacific Rex. He might be a good interview to get on your show, maybe.
Yeah, he'd be really cool. Talon with the nonprofit PacificRex.com has taken it upon himself to research stuff like this. He just happened to be in New Guinea when he got word there was a photo shared of this plane wreck, which was really remote area, New Britain Island. Like, you would have never found this. It's no wonder it hasn't been discovered since 1942. And he visited the site, somehow found a serial number on this to match it up with the B-17. And he from the wreckage site, this is now 80 years later, he presumed probably everybody was killed in that crash in the plane.
That was his assessment, yeah.
Yeah. Incredible.
And I think the message he wants to get out there is that from his point of view and the point of view of families, that there's a program to bring home the remains, no matter how remote or scattered. And that it's concerning that it's not always made a priority by the Defense Department. And so I think that's one of his motivation to get the story out there, is maybe he can build up some political head of steam to try and get try and really get some support from DOD to bring back the remains.
Yeah, and maybe at the very least we put a face and we put a life and we put a little more to a name right now, just a name on a wall somewhere. And maybe the story will bring out some friends and family who could further remember Cotner. Yeah, I don't know if this is the intent of lawmaker Carly Provenza, but she may have proposed something that could actually bring Democrats and the Freedom Caucus together in Wyoming. I mean, to tax Colorado hippies that are, the stereotypical, if we could profile for 1 second, the stereotypical front range mountain biker is 99% Democrat voting and probably bringing a bag of weed with them on the way to using the Kurt Gowdy State Park. And why not tax them? Freedom Caucus could probably get behind that. Carly Provenza says they should pay their way. You already pay a fee to get into the park, don't you? But to have mountain bikers, that is a pretty sweet trail system, yeah?
It is, yeah. I got a lot of response to this story. Someone who had just come back from riding at Kurt Gowdy back to her home in Fort Collins, it would be an additional tax modeled after how they handle snowmobiles and grooming those trails. Basically, applying the motorized rules to non-motorized mountain bikes. And so for both residents and non-residents, it could be an additional fee. This all needs to be debated and sorted out in in Cheyenne.
Yeah.
In the next session. But yes, and the idea now as it stands is that whatever the tax is, Coloradans or out-of-staters really, but they're mostly Coloradans in places like Kurt Gowdy, need to pay double what Wyoming residents would pay. Luckily, there's a lot of trails out there in Wyoming, and I also wrote about how if you're finding that Kurt Gowdy's too crowded, you don't have to go to state parks, but you can go to this one new trail up at Togety. It sounds amazing for intermediate riders.
David, let's keep that one on the down low if you don't mind.
Okay.
Can we take that paragraph out of there? I've actually snowmobiled that trail, that area. It is, I can imagine that is, for someone who's not going to appreciate the scenery, these guys are ripping too fast to even notice, but it is gorgeous. Oh my goodness.
It's not uncommon, this isn't certainly Coloradans, and I have tons of family down there. And so I have nothing but love for Colorado, but I think it's very similar to the way they handle fishing licenses, out-of-staters pay more, hunting licenses, same thing. And so I think that's really just mountain biking catching up with all the other recreational uses. And why is it needed? Well, it costs money to maintain trails, bathrooms, signage, and I think it's all for the better. I will be interested to follow that one in the next session.
Yeah, that trail system in Kurt Gowdy and probably elsewhere, that's an added amenity. That's a lot goes into that to build it and to maintain it. That's extra. So it should cost extra. And as a user group, wherever you're from, mountain bikers, for the most part, when asked, would say, yeah, we'll pay a little bit more money to have these trails. These are cool. So
indeed.
Carly's on the right track. Proposed legislation.
Yeah, I was surprised she used that term, but I said, "Are you sure?" I bet my editor is going to put this in the headline, and she was fine with it. She was laughing about it.
She is so cool. We've had her on the show. She's my favorite Democrat, Carly Provenza. Using the term greenies for the license plate. I didn't know, some of them are red, but greenies, that makes sense now. I never really heard that term. That's funny.
Yeah.
Good stuff, man. Appreciate it.
Thank you. All right. See you next week.
David Madison of the Cowboy State Daily's got several stories that are really rocking with interest, according to the Facebook feedback. Let's get a break in here, and we'll come right back with special guests. Cowboy State Daily Show continues on a National Coffee Day Monday. Yeah.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Mom, I got it. What are you doing in there?
I got stuck.
Are you a dog?
I wouldn't do that. Have you seen the pliers? Where'd you find those?
It's not your birthday.
Sorry.
Bye, Grandpa.
Bye, Grandpa.
Take care of yourself. What are you doing? What are you looking for?
I don't think many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
It's the Cowboy State Daily Show Monday edition, and it is Daniel Bradford with us. Daniel, it is National Coffee Day, for whatever that means for you. I'm about a pot in already.
I'm not a coffee person. I'm more of a tea person.
Oh, okay. Whatever. I need some stimulant to get me going for a Monday. And for me, that's coffee every day. National Coffee Day for me. So we're going to talk about education. I think I am ill prepared for this. I was not prepped adequately. So we're going to let you do a lot of the talking. But Wyoming Connections Academy explained the business model since, 2009?
Yep, been around since 2009.
What is it? Tuition-free online public school in Wyoming. Yeah. Tell me what's going on. Wyoming Connections Academy, and then I have some follow-up.
Okay. Yeah, Wyoming Connections Academy. We're a K through 12 public online program. We're part of Bighorn County School District, and anyone in Wyoming can attend. So it's a regular high school diploma that you receive, but as long as you have a resident in Wyoming, you can attend. It's a very flexible school, and if you need that flexibility for whatever reason, We have students that want to get ahead. We have students that need extra help, that just need to slow down in some areas, that need the flexibility because they travel a lot for sports or rodeo. We have some students do a lot of ranching in the morning and then do their school in the evening. So that's we just offer that flexibility for the students that need that.
A school that meets the student where they are. That sounds appealing. Now, this online learning, we learned during COVID, some kids take to it, some don't. You have to have some motivation on your end. You got to be able to like put in the work and be ready to put in. This isn't just a, hall pass for everybody. Both parents and students got to do their share on the other side of that screen.
Yeah, it's a combination of the teachers working with the students, working with the parents or learning coaches. So we're kind of all three work together to make this thing happen. And there needs to be support on all sides here. So it does take some motivation on the student and learning coach end. We like to see everyone involved kind of get this thing working and make it work for each student. But yeah, you're right. It may not be for everyone. So we do encourage students, parents, learning coaches to do their research to make sure it's what they want.
We're talking to Daniel Bradford, Wyoming Connections Academy. This sounds similar to homeschooling, basically, but different. Different how?
Yeah, it's not considered homeschool because in a typical homeschool, it's usually the parent or some guardian doing the learning, doing the teaching, helping the student learn. We have our own state certified teachers here. And so the students are meeting with their teachers like they would in a regular school, but it's just virtually, kind of like you and me right now. And so it's up to the teachers to teach. And if the parents, guardians at home, if they can help with the learning process, then by all means, go for it. But it's not up to them. So they have their curriculum all online. They meet with the teachers online. They meet with their classes online. And so they have that support from their teachers.
Getting the teaching from accredited teachers good at this, teachers I imagine that you've vetted for being able to reach out and teach kids online. That's another unique skill set. But these are some of the best teachers around.
Yeah, and we do go through training because teaching virtually is different than teaching in a brick and mortar school. And so we have lots of training every year about this. We're always trying new things, finding what works for the students, kind of meeting them where they are. I'm a math teacher, and I found a way of helping the students. Now, one of the things I do is I record a bunch of lessons. I record hundreds of lessons, and then link those to every lesson that they go to, and they tend to watch those lessons a lot more than they would visiting with the teacher online. So I've kind of transitioned doing something like that, and so they seen the success rate in the math and the math grades kind of go up since I've been doing that. So it's all about kind of figuring out what the student needs and then meeting them where they are.
Math, language arts, whatever the kids are exposed to. What is the curriculum? Is there a set curriculum? Does it involve lesson plans, online materials, workbooks? Which, by the way, we're going to remind everybody in a minute is all free. What's the curriculum?
Yeah, everything is online. Our curriculum is through Pearson Online Learning. And so all the curriculum is there. They log in. All the materials are online. If there's anything that they need, like for a math class, if they need a geometric compass or something to do some construction for geometry, if they have that, that's awesome. If they don't, then we offer tools online for them to do that. So if they don't have what they need at home, we usually offer something online for them to complete these assignments.
Wyoming Connections Academy. Find more about it online, connectionsacademy.com. Daniel, what is, I can almost answer this question for you. What's the typical school day look like for one of your students? And I would imagine it doesn't look typical at all.
No, it doesn't. It could look typical if that's what you like. If they like to have that daily, wake up at 8, do your lessons, be done by 2 or 3. You can do that. You can certainly do that, but it doesn't have to be that way. So you make your day your own. If you have a work job that you have to fit in there, other activities, medical appointments, you can work around that. So you can start your day whenever you want. You can end it whenever you want. So we have students that do a typical day. We have students that do their work in the afternoons mainly. But as long as you're doing your work that day, then your day is yours. So the teachers usually work a typical day at 8 to 4. And so if you need help from a teacher, they have to make sure that they are available sometime during that time.
Us adults have learned that the typical work day may not work for us. We work when we can work. It's not a 9-to-5 world anymore, and the school bell doesn't necessarily ring at 8 a.m. anymore for Wyoming Connections Academy. Let's say you got your typical kid that, right now hockey is his jam. He's got hockey practice in the morning. He can't be at school. This is a good fit for students that have a lot of other things going on.
Yep, and we do have. I have a number of students that actually do that very thing, hockey.
Yeah,
and so they travel a lot for hockey, and so they get their work done in between practices. A lot of times on weekends, in the mornings before practice. So that's what the school is for. So offer students that flexibility that they need.
Flexible online learning with a curriculum tailor-made for the kid. How this can't be free? What's the hidden cost?
No, it's totally free. It's part of Bighorn County School District, and so it's like we're funded like a typical school. So as long as you have a resident in Wyoming, just apply, and then we'll see you here. We don't have a cap, and so you're welcome. Our enrollment does end some for seniors and juniors. It ends in October. Rest of the students ends in November, so you're still available to come in. But if you're looking for something maybe for next semester, then by all means check us out.
Yeah, that was my next question. A lot of kids have been in school now for a month. Your typical brick and mortar. Maybe you find out something isn't working. Is it too late to get enrolled now? For your seniors, you better hurry. Everybody else, you got a month or so.
Yep, that's right. And if you have been working in a school, and if you want to enroll, we do, take that into account. We'll maybe skip you ahead to where you left off in your previous school, so you're not having to start from the very beginning.
I know this is going to appeal to many parents of kids who this sounds so right. It's Wyoming Connections Academy. Find it online, connectionsacademy.com. And it's a smart idea. Daniel Redford, you find it's since 2009. Is it working? More and more enrollment every year?
Yeah, we're growing every year. It's becoming more and more popular. Word of mouth is a big thing. And so the more people find out, then the more they come.
Yeah. I like it. I like what you're doing there. I appreciate you being on this Monday, and grab a spot of tea and I'll down a pot of coffee on this Monday.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you. Daniel Redford on the show. He's running it at connectionsacademy.com. Virtual learning tailor-made for you and your student. They meet you where you are when you're ready to study. Online virtual learning at Wyoming Connections Academy. Let's take a break. We'll be right back with more on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake.
The Seroptimists of Cody are inviting you to join them for their 17th annual Run for Hope, Saturday, October 4th. This 5K, 10K chip timed walk and run starts at the Rec Center at 9:30 a.m. with a kids race at 9. Proceeds support the Laney Cole Memorial Women's Cancer Fund. You can register for $35 in advance, $40 the day of the race. Discounted kids and student rates are available. You can register at Sunlight Sports in downtown Cody or online at runsignup.com. See you Saturday, October 4th for the Cody Seroptimist Run for Hope.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SCM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
We come from a long line of farmers, and there's a sense of pride, but there's also a significant amount of pressure.
Farmers have to take care of their physical and their mental health, because what's a farm without a farmer?
Watching the sun come up, that's my time. I can have a cup of coffee, and every day is a new opportunity.
That's cool. Your hand's gotten so cute. Yay!
Don't forget to check in on yourself. Love your mind.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake rolling along on this Monday. Hearing from our listeners on the text line, our studio line, that's great. I love it when folks share their 2 cents. One of our listeners said, I agree. Wyoming should tax the SH out of Coloradans using Wyoming parks. Tell us how you really feel. You know it's springtime in Wyoming when all the license plates turn green. Yeah, it's called the greening of Wyoming, the greening up. Not necessarily has anything to do with foliage or flora. Coloradans, they love getting out of the heat. And the same way, it's like the migration northward. Texans love beating the heat of summer by going to Colorado. Some moving there permanently. And then Colorado, they beat the heat and the overcrowding by coming to Wyoming. Where do you go next when Wyoming gets too hot and crowded? Another listener shares warm greetings from a daily listener in Maryland. Make those greenies pay money. When talking about the proposed legislation from Representative Carly Provenza, who says Coloradans should pay a little extra to come to the Wyoming state parks, especially if they want to use the mountain bike trails. All right. So let's get into the Zoom room and have a discussion with our next guest on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Oh, I'm small and Mitch is big. I got to fix that. I've been having all kinds of video things. You should be big, though, Mitch, because you are going to tackle some big problems facing the world. How big? How about oceans rising due to global warming? How paying off the entire U.S. debt? What are we're like trillions in the hole now. I mean, we
37 trillion.
Oh my goodness. I mean, gee, do you want to tackle anything small, or you are just going big, man?
Nobody would read my book if I just told them what to order for dinner. No.
Mitch Francis, serial entrepreneur, founder of Francis Development, Inc., career spanning commercial, real estate development, entertainment, innovation, former CEO. He holds more than a handful of patents on inventions. Mitch is passionate about making a real difference without political bias. Here's the thing. If you had all these solutions to fix major problems, we just touched on some of them. Let's fix homelessness. Let's put all the mentally ill in somewhere to live. Let's make public schools better than private schools. You want to end gang violence. You want to stop robocalls from calling me all the time.
That's the real big one, isn't it?
Dude, that's the biggest that makes a difference to me. I mean, these are huge things. That's why your book, which you see in the background, if you're watching, if you're listening, I'll tell you what the book says. It is his book on Amazon, Badass Solutions for Today's Big Ass Problems. And, you know, if you had the idea to solve these problems politically, you'd be hired by one administration or the other. But this has nothing to do with politics. You're coming at this from a different area. Before we dig into, maybe give us some spoiler alerts on the book. Start with who you are. What motivates you to fix the country's biggest problems?
Well, first thing, good morning, Jake. Nice to see you. I do have an extensive business background for more than 40 years. I was a CEO and founder of several publicly traded companies, private companies. My last public company was actually the largest ticket broker in Las Vegas, where we actually did more than $1 billion of ticket sales. I've developed and still own and manage commercial real estate all around the country. And I developed great problem-solving skills. As any business person does, we have roadblocks thrown in our direction every damn day. So you've got to learn how to develop these skills of going around them, over them, through them, whatever it takes, solve these problems. And I realized something interesting, Jake, that, in answer to your question, that my problem solving for business really isn't different methodology from solving social problems. So on all these different problems that you enumerated, I found that I really had solutions, and I'm kind of a news guy and current events, and it's just kind of my nature to go, well, why don't they just do this? And the truth is that nobody's doing anything about all of these problems. So I address 20 problems in this book that I actually have real, doable, practical solutions for that honestly make sense.
And I would imagine when you first started, if you first tackle like the national debt, which seems impossible. I mean, not since 1835, Andrew Jackson, did we not have a debt? I mean, America leads the way in that national debt. That's a huge problem. If you just ask yourself, no matter what the big ass problem is, why? What are the roadblocks? What are the excuses? And if it let's start with the national debt. Is that what it is? Every huge problem that we're facing, we're like, well, we can't do it because Republicans and Democrats won't get along, or we can't do it because fill in the blank. You remove the blank. You're like, no, that's an excuse. Let's get to it.
Yeah, you know something, you're absolutely right. That the politicians and the parties fight each other and get nothing done. So my approach with this was completely non-political. I don't care what side my solution falls on. To tell you the truth, Jake, I didn't even care how much it costs. What's the solution? And I was surprised to find that the solutions, while some of them are just insanely expensive, like stopping the ocean levels from rising, it's actually economically feasible. It's actually economically profitable. So that was an interesting byproduct of my exercise here. But like with the debt, the size of this problem is almost impossible to understand what $37 trillion really is. I mean, we are drowning as a country in this debt. And more importantly, we're drowning in the interest payments. So 20% of every penny that the government takes in every year is paying interest right now.
Yeah.
We're paying more on interest than we're paying on defense. It's about $1 billion.
Yeah. Not sustainable. It's almost the cost of like season pass lift tickets in Vail these days, which I heard you're like a big skier. Have you skied Jackson Hole? You got to get up here.
I have. I absolutely have. It's great.
Good.
And I grew up in Colorado. I was actually a professional skier.
Yeah.
I was on Vail's ski team and I taught skiing. And, I was back in the day, there was something called hot dogging. And I was on the professional tour for a while about that. It was a different world away.
Mitch Francis is joining us. He's written a book about, he went right to the top with our biggest problems we are facing in life. So you're certainly ready to tackle the big issue stuff. Let's shift gears now. Money. We'll fix the national debt in a moment. This one has no solution, Mitch. As much as I explore it and I hear about it, the idea of abortion, right to life, abortion, when does life start? Is abortion legal? Oh my God. We've been knocking this one back and forth for decades.
Yeah, no question.
You think you can solve this with with the book you've written? Really?
I do. As I was very surprised. It's funny. I didn't actually anticipate you would fall on my abortion chapter, but I'm happy to talk about it. It's you're right. It has been an inflaming, divisive issue in our country for 50 years.
Yeah.
And once again, we just never get anywhere. We have these polar opposite opinions that very few are willing to compromise on. And, that's not a good scenario. But I always do a lot of research. And I found something that absolutely shocked me, which is that 94% of all abortions in the United States occur in the first 15 weeks of gestation. That was amazing. So it means that actually less than 6% of abortions fall outside of that 15-week number. And then I also found that, interestingly, of the people who are willing to compromise, and there are people on both sides who are saying, I don't really want to, but I could live with 15 weeks. And somehow that became like a magic number, that 15 weeks happened to coincide with my data. So what we have here is a situation. I've never seen anything like this. I sound like Trump. I've never seen anything like this.
Yeah.
So I have a situation where 94% of all abortions could be addressed to the comfort and satisfaction of the vast majority of Americans within 15 weeks. So we're having this 50-year-long fight over just 6% of abortions. That just doesn't make any sense. We can meet on this. We can make this happen, and with something very doable, very reasonable.
What if you approach the biggest problems in today's world from a different angle? Mitch Francis has done that, and he's written the book. Been there, done that, wrote the book. Badass solutions for today's big-ass problems, solving the national debt, solving perhaps the whole abortion dispute. And let's, oceans rising. Let's go to, how about the Federal Reserve?
Okay. I'm happy to go on any of them, but you passed, my personal heart is really with the stopping the ocean levels from rising.
Mm-hmm.
This is going to affect, not just the U.S. This is going to affect the whole world.
Yeah.
And the ocean, the ice sheets are melting at a rate that would fill 20 Olympic-sized swimming pools every second, Jake. It's just an incredible amount of water.
Goodbye coastal towns. Yeah.
Like by the end of the century, every coastal town and island are going to be flooded if we don't do something. And the time is ticking. But we can actually stop the ocean levels from rising, and at the same time use all that fresh water to give fresh water and food to the driest, most parched areas in our world. It comes down to moving the water. What I found, again, statistics, I found that while, the 20 Olympic-sized swimming pools every second is, just like an insurmountable amount of water, the truth is it's only a small fraction of the water that's going into our oceans from just the 20 largest rivers we have. Rain and snow fall, that go down the rivers and ultimately make their way into the ocean. So I found that if we just channel 7% of the water going down to our 20 largest rivers and move that water to arid lands, we can actually save the planet and our most desperate people.
Taking water from where we don't want it, don't need it, to moving it to where it's much more needed. That sounds simple. Are these solutions in your book, are they just quick fixes? Are they Band-Aids? Are they sugar highs? Or are they going to work, Mitch?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, like on that solution, there's even actually a model for it. That there's an organization called the Central Arizona Project, and it began really in the 60s. So for decades, Arizona has taken water from the Colorado River over 336 miles, as high as 3,000 feet in elevation, and delivered fresh water to 5 million people in Phoenix and Tucson. Phoenix and Tucson would be little dust towns if it wasn't for this. And the price tag for doing this over these decades is minuscule compared to the benefits. So we have these models. It's been done. It's also been done to a certain level in California, moving water. And we can do this. We can do this on a global basis and stop the problem. And can you imagine if we like you said, deliver fresh water to the people who need it most desperately on our planet? This is an incredible solution.
We have other issues facing us in the U.S. and worldwide. Every day, every week, a mass shooting. Assault rifles used in mass shootings, gang violence, drugs. What about the issues of every day? Can we solve these?
Oh yeah, it's harder, but we can. And we're having 2 mass shootings a day in the United States. It's unheard of. It's a shocking number. And we have over 20 million assault rifles. My brother-in-law's brother was killed by a crazed young man, with assault rifles at a 4th of July parade. That was one of the reasons I wrote the book. I was pissed and wanted to do something, wanted to get involved with, possibly solving things. And I think that, it's kind of interesting. I'm very impressed with President Trump using our military in areas that our police cannot handle the crime, cannot handle the killing. You've got 50 to 75 shootings a weekend just in Chicago. And we can't live like that. We can't have society living like that. So to use our National Guard, where the Chicago police, there's just simply not enough of them. And maybe there's not enough commitment by the local government to solve this. But I'm in full support. I have for years. Keep thinking, why don't they send National Guard into these areas and save people's lives? And it's a horrible thing, Jake. Maybe, it's callous, but the only answer I have is, well, maybe they want people to kill each other. I can't think of any other reason.
Yeah. And to solve a lot of these huge problems that are in your book, it does, like we said, it does start with removing age-old misconception. Like, why not? There's always been this why not, this barrier. Just stop asking why not. Come at it from a different approach. That's what this guy does. Mitch Francis, his book, Badass Solutions for Today's Big Ass Problems, available on Amazon. Where do we go to learn more? You got an online presence, MitchFrancis.com.
Actually, it's badasssolutions.com.
Okay.
So it's with or without the hyphen, badasssolutions.com.
All right. Excellent. Well, I'm excited if even half of it works.
I'd be happy with one, Jake. I'm trying to get people excited and get people involved. We need to push our politicians. They work for us. We don't work for them.
Yeah, and none of this should be partisan anyway. The solutions to these problems are not going to come from the left or right. They're going to come from a combined, different, fresh thinking that Mitch Francis brings to the table in his book, Badass Solutions. Find it online, get it on Amazon, wherever you buy books. Mitch, thanks for coming on.
Great to see you, Jake. Thank you.
You too. Have a great Monday.
You too.
Can you solve that? I mean, it's Monday. Can we
go have a beer.
Can we start the week with a different day than Monday? Like there's another chapter.
I think that's happening. You're going to have fewer work days for sure. Everybody is.
I know. That's what I hear. 4-day work, even 3-day work weeks are talking about.
Yeah.
All right, buddy. Thank you.
Thanks, Jake.
Mitch Francis on the show. And we might have to talk about, Europe is like ahead of the game there with the 4-day week. And not to be outdone, we hear from Bill Gates and other big time CEOs that the 3-day work week is coming for the U.S. I'm down with that. That's solving some of today's big problems, big ass solutions to today's big ass problems. It's the latest book, Mitch Francis, and it comes from just a different. Sometimes when you're posed with a problem that seems too big, you just got to take a fresh approach and stop making the same old judgments like, we can't do that because, well, why not? What do you mean you can't? Why not? Says Mitch Francis. And that's where solutions start, I think. Outside the box thinking. Cowboy State Daily Show continues. One more hour left in the show. And thanks so much for spending it with us on a Monday. We're going to do something about that. Maybe solve that problem. Top of the hour news break for our radio affiliates around the state. You're enjoying us on X, Facebook, YouTube, CowboyStateDaily.com homepage. Run it back on demand when you're ready, wherever your favorite podcast is found. Time for news.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Mac Watson. A man from Star Valley was hiking in the beautiful Badlands near Kemmerer when he noticed a bone-white streak jutting out in an embankment of brown earth. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that dinosaur bones have been found all over Wyoming, but this one is different.
The foot was found in southwest Wyoming, and it was found in an Eocene paleosol. Now, the Eocene is about 50 to 55 million years ago. It's right after the time the dinosaurs got wiped out by the asteroid. But this was not rock. It was a loose soil from that time. And the foot appears to have tumbled into it because even though it looks like a fossil in situ, still in the rock where it was preserved, it's actually a modern foot. You can still see some of the connective tissue that tumbled into this loose soil that happens to be around 55 million years old. So it's interesting in circumstance, but not interesting in actuality because it doesn't belong where it is.
Hiker James Sanderson sent an email to the Wyoming State Geological Survey telling them of his find. They responded by telling Sanderson that their specialist is waiting to connect with paleontologists from the Bureau of Land Management and National Park Service, who'll be looking at it more closely in the field. Curt Gowdy State Park is a 35-mile trail system that attracts close to 600,000 visitors per year, and with most being from Colorado, Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that Wyoming legislators want all users to help pay for the trails they're loving, but greenies would pay more.
Certain folks in Wyoming use the term greenie to identify Coloradans, and it's because of that iconic green and white license plate that shows the outline of the mountains. Well, you see a lot of those license plates in places like Curt Gowdy State Park, which is increasingly popular among mountain bikers. Well, now comes a proposal to charge a trail fee similar to what's charged to snowmobilers and ATVers to help pay their way and make sure that trails are maintained and that these places across Wyoming, including this new amazing mountain bike trail up on Togety Pass that recently was renovated and sounds like a great downhill, 7 full miles. If riders access through a state park, this law, which is just a proposed bill, might slap a $20 per car.
If the proposed bill passes, monies collected would be used for signage, policing, and bathroom maintenance. Mining has always been a dangerous occupation, especially coal mining. But back in the 1920s, Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that even though the Frontier Mine Blast became the second worst mining disaster in the state and the Sublette Wyoming explosion the fifth, The number of fatalities could have been a lot worse in the 1924 accident.
What's interesting to me is that in the first explosion, there was men that survived by just staying inside the mine. They had the thought to stay inside the mine until ventilation improved. So they blocked their air passages to not allow gas to get into where they were at. And so because of that, they spent hours in the mine, but they ended up surviving.
After the two tragedies, the State Coal Mine Inspectors of Wyoming report emphasized that no matches or smoking material were allowed in the mine because of coal dust and flammable gas. I'll be back with more news right after this.
The Wyoming way of life. There's nothing like it. And no financial partner like your local cooperative credit union to help you live life the way you want to. We help you save for a brighter future, borrow for your dream home, start your small business. We've got your finances, and you've got plans, so go ahead, pitch a tent, head for the rodeo, reel in a big trout, fire up the smoker. Wyoming's credit unions are here to stay, and here for you.
And Robert Redford was an iconic actor who, like many people, fell in love with the West. But as Cowboy State Daily's Jackie Dorothy reports, Wyoming had a special allure for the Oscar-winning actor and director.
So what Robert Redford did is he immersed himself in the Wild West. I think this set him apart from many of the actors of his day and even today. He was right there in the middle of it, and he experienced so many of the different things, from the cold of the night to sitting at the bar where the outlaws congregated.
Redford had spent time over the years immersing himself in the breakout roles of both Butch Cassidy and mountain man Jeremiah Liver-Eating Johnson. He passed away at 89 on September 16th. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
Our beautiful world is changing, withering, dying by the hands of those who don't value nature, even though we all depend on it for life itself. But there is hope. Together with caring friends, the Nature Conservancy can restore our lands, heal our waters, and save our wildlife with big solutions only nature can provide. But every day we lose more of the places we love, and we urgently need to save endangered lands, waters, and wild species. The actions we take today will determine the tomorrow we leave to our children and grandchildren. The water they drink, the air they breathe, the beauty they experience. To learn more about how you can help protect and conserve our beautiful world, visit nature.org today.
Cowboy State Daily show with Jake, and in the Zoom room, I'm small again. Dang it. It's my own fault, Dale. I was bragging to our Saturday guy, John Baggett, how I haven't had any issues with the camera work, and then, sure enough, all right, I fixed myself. We're both the same size now. We're both equal.
Okay.
Dale, let's start with your story about the coal mine disasters going back early 1920s, 1923, 1924. Wyoming had coal mine disasters. You're going to talk about how you were surprised by how worse it could have been if not for some of the measures taken by these coal miners, which is counterintuitive in my mind. I'm surprised by the time, like as we build the 1923, let's say for most people, this is Yankee Stadium's built, Babe Ruth, Yankees win the World Series. I mean, this is a civilized world we live in, 1923, and we have coal mine disasters in Wyoming that kill hundreds, dozens. Terrible.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you think about I think a lot of people don't understand, that we had those kind of mines, the same kind of mines that Kentucky and Tennessee had, and similar issues. But the mining union was in Wyoming, and there had been laws passed, and so it was in the 1920s. It was a little safer environment than it had been, but still, they know that these mines are producing methane gas. They go in every day to check on it. And what's interesting, what came out of the documents that I saw was that these mines were known to produce methane, but yet the management or foreman or whoever let these guys go in there with matches, to smoke, and then ultimately to light a match to relight a safety lamp that caused an explosion in 1923. But yeah, so there were safety measures in place, but they weren't following, what they knew to be safe practices.
Dangerous occupation for sure. Now, what about there was the incident you talk about? There was a collapse, there was an explosion, there was something. And if you followed your instincts to get the heck out of there, you might have been one of the victims. There was a certain group that I don't know if they got lucky or they were smart, but they survived. And how did they survive?
Yeah, there was guys that obviously knew what was going on. A lot of the things about survival is ventilation, right? And so this explosion is producing these spreading the gas and dust and all that kind of stuff. And so these guys retreated up mine shafts. Each tunnel that went off to the side apparently went up as well, up into a coal seam. And so they retreated upwards and they built these little walls. I don't know if they used whatever they had available. They put rocks or whatever, canvas coats, whatever. So they're blocking the ventilation from coming up at them. And a lot of them were there for like 5-6 hours, and they were able to survive until the ventilation was restored in the mine.
That must have been the longest 5 hours of their lives, but yeah. Incredible. How did you find out that aspect? Was that in the newspapers of the day? I mean, obviously the headline read, "This dozens killed, hundreds presumed dead," and then later the follow-up is stories like this.
There was a U.S. Bureau on the 1923 blast. There was a U.S. Bureau of Mines report, and there was also, and that was where I found a lot of that interesting stuff from. There was also state mining reports, but they didn't have as much detailed information. But yeah, so I kind of coupled the newspaper reports with the U.S. Bureau of Mines reports to try and put, the story together.
Okay, Wednesday afternoon, and Hector is presumably, allegedly day drinking, sitting on his couch in the garage. Does not sound like it does not sound like a good use of your time, Hector. But yeah, he had an issue with some dude on a scooter. Thankfully, did not hit the guy on the scooter with any shots from his handgun, but he did manage to kill his own vacuum cleaner, and I think he shot his own car in the driveway.
Yeah, whether he was, at first shooting at the vacuum cleaner or shooting at the guy that's going down the street in this unicycle or whatever it was. But yeah, so he fires a shot. A guy takes protection behind a car. He fires another shot. And then the guy drives by his garage. He stands up, and rearms his pistol and points it at this guy going by on the street. He goes inside. Him and his roommate come back out to get things that he dropped, and then there's apparently a meeting, of the two, and they shake hands. And then according to the police affidavit, there's a little bit of a scuffle or something, and then he fires 2 more shots. So one of those shots, police, when they get there and they examine things, they found that a couple of the bullets hit the concrete. And one apparently ricocheted into this guy's radiator. There was 2 bullets in the vacuum cleaner. And the other bullet, I guess they didn't find where that went, but there were houses all around. So this guy is shooting in the middle of a neighborhood with a 9mm pistol.
Yeah, Hector. And that makes me feel for these law enforcement investigators who've got to piece together stories like this that are just, what the heck happened? This happened in Cheyenne, Cheyenne PD, busy trying to figure it all out, where the bullets went, etc. This Evansville man, going back to last week, this story by Dale Killingback. Evansville man on parole for sex abuse of a girl. Second time in a week we've heard about a guy who was either under suspicion of or convicted of or released on parole, in this case of actual abuse of a minor, and then found stuff on the phone, bad things on the phone.
Yeah, apparently he gets out on parole, and then within like 3 or 4 weeks, he is downloading or uploading child pornography to his phone, and hundreds of different child pornography items are found on the phone, according to a DCI investigation.
Yeah, and one DCI guy said, I won't even describe what some of it is. He didn't even want to say it out loud.
Well, apparently this guy was talking as well as uploading things, but he was texting or something on social media and saying things about that, and that was what that was related to. And it could have been related to his previous charge.
Jacob Dudley, 26-year-old Evansville man, will be facing a whole slew of new charges now. And basically, we got to get rid of Kik, K-I-K. I mean, have you ever seen anything good come off of Kik, whatever this app is that they all use?
Yeah, I mean, every child porn story I've done has Kik in it. So, yeah, I agree, Jake.
Shut down this app, man. While Trump is busy rescuing TikTok from China, let's shut down Kik altogether. I mean, wherever that derives from. Yeah. The turkeys. I thought bird flu was in the rear view mirror, but apparently H5N1, which is rarely, if ever, transferred to humans. You'd really have to mess around with a sick bird for a while to catch it. But still fear of bird flu as it marches west. Almost 500,000 turkeys had to be destroyed, and we're like, what, a month out from Thanksgiving or 2 months?
Yeah. So what I was told was it's migratory season, right? And so there's in South Dakota, there's the blue, I guess the blue-teal duck or something like that. They believe transferred it to some turkeys, and so it's that season. And what officials are saying is that, you know, people that have backyard flocks in Wyoming need to make sure that there's no intermingling with wild critters. But I talked to a turkey farmer over on the east side of the state. They have a backyard turkey farm, and they have theirs running free range, and they haven't seen any issues with their heritage turkeys. They said they're pretty hardy breed, so maybe, you know, they're too hardy for the bird flu to strike.
Well, if you're just running the backyard operation, fowl operation, you know, just got to be clean with everything. Outbreaks reported in North Dakota, Minnesota, Michigan, Montana, and 437,000 plus birds destroyed in that South Dakota incident. And finally, we speculated that it might be a humdinger of a school board meeting when it came to the custodian. I guess it was pretty contentious. The school board, Casper Elementary, we're talking about the cross-dressing custodian, and it came up. The issue came up, probably not on the agenda, but people wanted to talk about it. We had a lawmaker had to be removed by police. What happened?
Well, she wasn't exactly removed, but she tried to defend herself. Some comments that were made at the end of the meeting, and it wasn't time for public comment. And so police officers came up and escorted her away from the microphone. But yeah, during public comment, there was a state representative a different state representative that talked and said that, you know, he believed that this shouldn't be happening. There were a comment from another person against the custodian. The school district, during the board comments, defended, you know, the policy that the school has and the in the city's policy to allow somebody to cross-dress and anti-discrimination laws, those kind of things.
Yeah, they said no laws were broken, and even if we discuss personnel matters, that would be probably closed door part of a meeting. So where did they end up with it at the school board meeting?
There was no end. I mean, it just like it ended, and everybody was like, it is what it is. We're not doing anything wrong. The school side is we're not doing anything wrong, and so. I believe there still are some parents that are concerned in the community, some other people concerned in the community.
All right. It's National Coffee Day, by the way, Dale. Just thought I'd share that. Are you doing your share?
I drink tea, Jake. I used to love coffee, but it doesn't do me good anymore. But I had to stop drinking it.
You are not alone in that. We just had another guest on who's a tea drinker. Okay. Well, there's probably a National Tea Day. When it is, I'll let you know.
Okay. Thanks. Appreciate that.
All right. Have a great Monday.
Thank you.
Dale Killingback on the show, the Cowboy State Daily. Check out his stories. Got a whole bunch of them. Bird flu, not gone yet. H5N1 found in a whole mess of flock of turkeys. They had to be destroyed. No doubt conspiracy to drive up prices. Butterball may be behind this when you go to buy your Thanksgiving Day turkey here pretty soon. Debate over the cross-dressing janitor boils over at the Casper School Board meeting that happened last week. Dale Killingback was there for all the sights and sounds of that meeting. Coal mine disasters from the early 1920s, 23, 24. And a bunch more. Cowboy State Daily on it here on a Monday. We'll be right back. More guests, more coming up on the show. Let's take a quick break. I'll be right back in 3. To the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story will crow about Crowheart and Yodel over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, Ten Sleep, good morning, welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
All right, look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
We're your lungs. We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable. Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far. A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start. The Dutch.
Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. This place that I call home.
It's the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Monday. Secretary of State Chuck Gray joins the conversation. Secretary, we don't have video on you. If that's intentional, that's fine.
Yeah, what's going on, Jake? How are you doing?
I'm doing good, at least knowing that voter list maintenance, which you made a priority during your administration, you have made a priority. Wyoming's voter rolls heading towards becoming the cleanest in the nation. This is simple, Secretary Gray. Only Wyoming residents should be voting in Wyoming elections. Like, duh, that's simple.
Well, and this is common sense, the voter list maintenance procedures that we've been working to put into Wyoming state law and implement. This was one of our key priorities, Jake, in this 2025 session. We worked with the conservative majority in the House. We put forward our 10 election integrity priorities, and we brought through all of them through the House. Unfortunately, 4 of them got caught up in the Senate. But one of the ones that we did bring through the entire process was ramping up our voter list maintenance procedures. This has been a long time coming. We really had not seen a lot of improvement in the election code since 1973, and the code was rewritten. And one of the things we wrote into the code is that we would have access to the Department of Transportation data when individuals request licenses in other states. There's a system called the state-to-state verification system, and WYDOT gets a notification when an individual requests a license in another state. Well, Jake, somebody requests a license in another state, it's a key indicator that somebody has moved. So this data is so important in terms of cleaning the voter rolls and ensuring that individuals that have moved are no longer on the Wyoming voter rolls. So we put into the election code in the 2025 session, we worked with the legislature to do this, that we would have access to that data. And get this, Jake, since November of last year, since the election in November of last year, we identified over 2,000 individuals that had requested licenses in other states that were on the voter rolls. That's almost 1% of the voter roll. So this shows how important it is to do this voter list maintenance. And we sent over those records over to the clerks. Of course, according to Wyoming state law, the clerks are the only entity that can do a cancellation. But we're conducting these checks, and we're very hopeful that the clerks will conduct the removals as they continue to examine it as well. And if an individual has indeed moved to another state, that cancellation should occur. We have to have this voter list maintenance, Jake. It's pivotal. It's a really important part of our administration, and it's a really important priority of President Trump. Remember, in his election integrity executive order of March 25th, voter list maintenance is front and center as a key part of election integrity, and we're working to get the job done here with these efforts.
Secretary of State Chuck Gray, you mentioned the 2025 legislative session. Coming out of that was the House Enrolled Act 62. I didn't even know this was on the table. This was possible. Obviously, you do. This is what you do, Secretary Gray. But being able to tap into YDOT in figuring out where people might be registering a new car. That's pretty genius. That is great. That's only because of House Enrolled Act 62 that got passed. And as you mentioned, finding that 2018 voter records matching individuals who have obtained a driver's license in another state is not an insignificant percentage of the voting population of Wyoming. This is huge. What do the county clerks got to do now? Do they need to now go figure out if this person really is in Wyoming or not, or do they just strike the name?
Well, Jake, this is a big deal. One of the goals I had in our Title 22, the election code, that's the section of state law that deals with elections. And one of the things that had happened over time is there had been sort of this malaise on doing basic updates to the election code. A lot of the legacy media and the insider groups would say, well, everything's fine here. There's no need to do these sort of modernizations or improvements to the election code. The code hasn't had a major rewrite, didn't have a major rewrite since 1973. And we put forward our 10 key principles, our election integrity priorities in that 2025 session. And this was one of them, ramping up our voter list maintenance procedures in the election code. Now, cancellations are done by the county clerks. I have sent over this data. And we wrote that into the code that this data is part of the examinations that are done. The way this typically goes is when there is evidence that a cancellation is warranted, the county clerk sends a letter to the individual saying, look, you've come up as requesting a license in another state. This is a key indicator that you have moved. Is there any information to the contrary here? And if they do not receive a response, or unless there is a response to the contrary, then I believe there is evidence to conduct a cancellation warranted by Wyoming law, period, full stop. And Wyoming residents should be the only individuals voting in Wyoming elections, period. And you got to have clean voter rolls to ensure that happens.
Yeah, so if somebody is now taking up residence in another state, they shouldn't be voting here. What other than having the clean voter roll, what is the worst case scenario if there's a bunch of dead names on the voter roll list in Wyoming? Like, oh, that guy, he's long gone. I mean, what could they show up and try to vote? People who aren't here, or do we just simply want to clean it up, tighten it up?
Well, one of the real vulnerabilities here is the mail-in voting. And President Trump has really done a great job. And we've seen these wonderful Truth Social posts over the last month and a half focusing on this issue with the mail-in voting. It is less secure. And the reality is when you have individuals on the voter rolls that are no longer qualified electors, that is a vulnerability where another individual could request that ballot over the phone and send that ballot back in. And that's why, I mean, going back to the Carter-Baker Commission from 2005, Jake, this has been focused on this used to be a bipartisan sort of concept that the mail-in voting has some key vulnerabilities. Now, of course, the Democrats, the radical left, scream every time we talk about this issue, but the mail-in voting in concert with not having clean voter rolls is a particular vulnerability here, and we need to handle that vulnerability, and that's what we're doing by ramping up our voter list maintenance procedures.
And by sleuthing it out, there's no reason that a Colorado resident or an Idaho resident should have influence over a Wyoming election if these are people that have indeed moved away from Wyoming. And one way you can find out is where they register their vehicle or where they obtain a driver's license, I guess. YDOT sharing that info seems pretty smart. House Enrolled Act 62 came of the legislative session last year or earlier this year. Yeah, I appreciate it, Secretary Gray. Sounds smart.
Well, thanks, Jake. And this is the first batch of our implementation on this section of the House Enrolled Act, and there is more to come. We've got to keep these voter list rolls. We got to keep them squeaky clean. And I always say, I mean, we call it voter list hygiene too. That's another way to describe it. You know, just like you got to brush your teeth twice a day, you got to have clean voter rolls. We call it voter list hygiene on top of voter list maintenance. It's a very important part of election integrity, and we are really modernizing our election code to make it in line with these key election integrity principles, Jake.
How important is this voter list hygiene maintenance? Well, they found more than 2,000 folks have probably moved out of the state, according to the driver's license record. That is not an insignificant percentage of the voting population. That could influence any number of runs in Wyoming.
Well, and Jake, it's 1% of the rolls, almost 1% of the rolls. I mean,
yeah,
in terms of the aggregate rolls that are currently there. So it's a pretty big number.
Thanks for being on this Monday. Thanks for this big news out of the Secretary of State's office. Have a great day.
You too, thanks.
Secretary of State Chuck Gray, and the latest news out of the Secretary's office is the SOS conducted an enhanced voter list maintenance, and they sent all 23 county clerks indications where registered voters in Wyoming may have left the state. At least they're obtaining driver's licenses somewhere else, so that would tell me they're probably no longer here and they should not be voting in Wyoming. That's the key to the Wyoming Secretary of State's office. Wyoming voter rolls should be the cleanest in the nation. We're working toward that effort. Only Wyoming residents should vote in Wyoming elections. Simple as that. Let's take a quick break. We'll be right back on the show.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because of some of the changes your friends and teachers have seen in you lately. And along with the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
Yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We'd like to understand it better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we want to make sure you know about the negative consequences for someone your age. So, can we talk?
Talk. They hear you.
Renee Jean's story so great on this insect cowboy, I guess we'll call him. The bug wrangler, Aaron Clark, he runs a small cow-calf operation on a ranch near Wheatland. But what his real jam is, what he really gets excited about is bugs, insects. And he's discovered several new ones in Wyoming, some that have now shown up in the Smithsonian. The Smithsonian, by the way, thought they knew every bug in the world. And Aaron Clark had to clue them in on the fact that, wait a minute, everything you thought you knew everything about insects, hang on, I found a few that you don't have in the Smithsonian. Aaron Clark lives near Wheatland on the Rabbit Creek Ranch. And while most ranchers and cowmen are busy, riding, roping, branding, all that stuff, Aaron Clark is the guy who's out of saddle and he's on his hands and knees digging in the dirt. And you're like, Aaron, what is wrong? What did you lose, a contact lens or what's going on? He's looking for insects. He might be after a tiny seed and milk bug that most people didn't even know existed. Most people, even like entomologists, didn't know existed. Entomologists study bugs, right? Do I have that right? He spotted one particular bug that hasn't been seen in, 100 years or something in Wyoming. Let me see. This story, great story from Renee Jean. One of the largest entomological collections on the planet is in the Smithsonian, but it has its gaps. Even with more than 35 million specimens from around the world, the Smithsonian National Museum of Natural History is missing a few bugs in its collection, and Aaron Clark out of Wheatland, Wyoming, is more than happy to fill in the gaps. Aaron said, the biodiversity of the world is underrepresented. And the insects of Wyoming are probably the least well-known in the country. It's just very poorly known. Nobody works on them here. Nobody except for Aaron. And he's got a lovely assistant, Ellie. What is the relationship, by the way, between Aaron? Is it Ellie? Allie. Okay. Allie Hazen. His lovely laboratory assistant. And Aaron Clark, let's see, Ellen's sidekick, a 10-year-old named Allie Hazen, who had a little hobby of collecting butterflies. Allie Hazen, so enthusiastic about bugs, her parents asked Aaron Clark if he would host Allie on the ranch one day. And now the two, I guess, have made quite a bug collecting team. That's fantastic. Good for you, Aaron. So Aaron, he's discovered some bugs that were last seen in 1892, for instance. Among his find, the rare seed bug. I don't know if I would ever recognize what a seed bug is, but Aaron knows what they are, especially if he puts them under the microscope. He found a Dichotorus pictoritus. Oh, yeah. And the last time this little varmint was seen, it was along the New Mexico-Colorado border in 1892. Back then, a Smithsonian researcher was on his way to California, stepped off the train for a few minutes near Fort Garland, scooped up some dirt, and in it was the bug Dichoterus pictoratus. And holy cow, he found a bug that nobody knew existed. In fact, it hasn't been seen since, until Aaron Clark found one such species in Wyoming. I love Aaron Clark's fascination and frustration with bugs. He said the thing about insects is on any given day, let's say March 15th, you could find a certain species of bug in the dirt if you dig one up. And then on the next year, March 15th, on the same day, you may not find that bug. In fact, you may not find it again for 10 years, 100 years. He said that is the frustration of being an insect guy, is you just can't figure out when and where the bugs are going to be. But yeah, Aaron Clark, he's all about bugs and the insect cowboy, I guess. Aaron Clark. And I love that he's got a 10-year-old girl for an assistant, Allie, who likes collecting bugs as well. It usually starts with butterflies. I get it, Allie. Every little girl loves butterflies, but she gets into any kind of insect, I guess. Great story from Renee Jean. We're hoping to have both these two on the show a little later in the week, and maybe they can describe to us how you find bugs. I mean, bugs, normally you're slapping them when they land on you, right? Bugs are annoying. Insects are annoying. But for Aaron Clark and Allie Hazen, bugs are what you're looking for. And yeah, they got a whole microscope and sharing pictures now of Aaron and Allie doing their thing, the AA team, checking out what a bug looks like under the microscope. That's so cool. I don't know why. I'm just so fascinated with the two. I mean, it's not enough that Aaron Clark does things that are so unrancher-like in Wyoming, and then he's got this 10-year-old girl. Like, there's nothing else in life that would have put these two together, probably, if they weren't related, unless they were related, except for bugs. Who knew that bugs would bring them together? Good story from Renee Jean. Check it out. It's doing really well, really popular on Facebook, judging by the response. The Bug Rancher of Wyoming, Aaron Clark. The title of the story, Wyoming's insect cowboy has discovered new bugs that are now in the Smithsonian. Lauren writes, fascinating story. Wheatland, Wyoming, we're proud of you. Yeah, I agree. Elsewhere from the Cowboy State Daily, another one of my favorite stories, also another Renee Jean story, Drinking Wyoming, the spotted horse, famous spotted horse, it's called Spotted Horse, but I don't think it's legitimately a town. I don't think there's really a Spotted Horse, Wyoming, but there is a 101-year-old Spotted Horse bar and grill, and it's a little off the beaten path dive bar restaurant on Highway 1416 between Gillette and Sheridan. Locals would call it the long way, and there would be almost no reason why you'd want to go the long way if you were traveling between, let's say Buffalo and Gillette. If you took the long way, you'd be on Highway 1416, and somewhere about midway exactly, if the gas tank was running near empty, and if your own fuel tank, your stomach, was running near empty, that might be a good reason to stop at the old standard Spotted Horse. It's been there since 1924. It's been in the hands of the McLaughlin family since 1992. Renee Jean interviews the daughter, Jennifer, who said, my dad bought it in 1992 and through the years made improvements. One of the improvements included putting the famous Spotted Horse out front. If you, I'll share a photo of this on the internet. So if you get a chance and you're listening on radio, make sure you remember to go check a smart screen when you're online and look at the famous photo, famous bar, Spotted Horse Bar and Grill. And the Spotted Horse obviously makes the whole place. That makes it. Prior to that, the Spotted Horse wouldn't make much sense, I guess. But the Spotted Horse came into being, the actual trophy, the actual Spotted Horse, when Jennifer says she was about 20 years old and Dad went up to Montana. She said, we used to work construction up there. And then in the late 1990s, Dad came home with a giant horse in the back of his truck. And she's like, I don't know if he got it at an auction or I don't know how he got it. But the rumor is it came from a, how do I say this? A whorehouse in Miles City. It belonged to a brothel out front of a brothel in downtown Miles City. And the horse, once he got it back, it was not a spotted horse to begin with. The horse was all black, I guess. And Jennifer remembers, she said, we got some white paint and added big splotches of white to make it truly the Spotted Horse. And we put it up next to the sign, the old Standard Oil sign, which was also old. Everything about this place is like 100 years old. And that created the uniqueness that is the Spotted Horse Bar and Grill. Prior to that, I don't know how you could be a spotted horse. But that made it. It's a popular stop for motorcyclists who are heading to Sturgis, of course. And through the years, since at least 1992, since McLaughlin has had it, it's become quite the stay and quite the photograph opportunity. And my favorite part of the story from Renee Jean as she talks to the daughter Jennifer, by the way, her dad is no longer with us. He died. And he said, when I go, all this will be yours, Jennifer. And she's like, thanks a lot, but don't expect me to run this place when you're gone. She had no intention of carrying on the legend of Spotted Horse. But she said, isn't that funny how life changes? She said McLaughlin, she took over the bar after her father died in 2020. Just so happened her husband relocated, and there you go. She said, I had always told my dad, don't be looking for me to take this over. But that was when I was much younger. This was never anything I thought I was going to do, but it just, God puts us here for a reason. McLaughlin was laid off from her job at a coal mine right before her father's death. So she was suddenly looking for the next chapter in her life. And then her husband just happened to, it worked out that the husband was able to relocate. Next thing you know, they are the proud owners of the bar and grill she thought she'd never want to see again. Jennifer McLaughlin is running the joint now. They do a heck of a burger. In fact, that's kind of all they do. They source their meat from nearby ranches. The ranchers help them stay in business and they help the ranchers. That's where the burger you buy there, and it's pretty much only burgers. She'll do I think she does some bratwurst, hot dogs and stuff, but basically you stop there for the burger, the tank of gas, and maybe a Sheridan beer. And that's it. She serves a few craft beers from Sheridan, a few hard liquors, maybe a shot of whiskey, but nothing too wild. She said Friday nights used to be kind of wild at the Spotted Horse. Not going to lie, she said things have tamed down since the old days, and that's okay. I'm fine with that, but they do serve up a heck of a burger at the Spotted Horse Ranch Bar and Grill in Spotted Horse, Wyoming. Don't try to look that up on a map. I don't know if you'll get it. It's kind of almost dead in between Buffalo, Wyoming, and Gillette, Wyoming on the long way on Highway 1416. We'll be right back. We'll talk about the Star Valley man who found mysterious bones embedded in prehistoric soil thought to be more than 50 million years old. What does that mean? We'll do that right after this from the Wyoming Game and Fish.
Fire safety is a must when hunting this fall, and tips are being sought over a pronghorn illegally killed near Rock River. This is the Wyoming Outdoorsman. I'm Ray Hageman. The Wyoming Game and Fish is reminding hunters and campers that fall months in Wyoming often means dry conditions and an increased risk for wildfires. Campfire safety measures are important. Fall wildfires, with their increased temperatures and drier conditions, can scorch the soil and sterilize it to where native plants struggle to recover for years, and it can create a prime environment for weeds like cheatgrass that are extremely difficult and costly to eradicate. Wildfires can also affect hunting access, prevent impacts to hunting seasons. Game and Fish, U.S. Forest Service, and other land management agencies may institute fire bans or restrictions throughout the summer and fall. So check with each land management agency to see if your camping location has any fire restrictions or rules. Updates and a current map of hunt areas with wildfire information is on the Game and Fish website. Go to the Wildfire Impacts page. Hunters are encouraged to ensure that campfires are out before they go to bed, leaving for the day, or packing out. Clear the ground and remove branches to make sure there's enough clearance below, above, and around your campfire. The Wyoming Game and Fish is seeking information on a pronghorn buck that was illegally shot and left to waste. The crime occurred on private land along the Fetterman Road, just outside of Rock River in Antelope Hunt Area 42. The pronghorn was killed before 7:30 a.m. on the morning of August 29th. An individual driving a dark gray Chevy truck was seen in the area and is suspected of being involved. North Laramie Game Warden Elise Calhoun says we're seeking the public's assistance with this investigation, as any information can make the difference in cases like this. She says even a small detail could help us hold the responsible person accountable. Anyone with possible information or who was in the area and may have noted suspicious vehicles or activities is encouraged to call North Laramie Game Warden Elise Calhoun at 307-745-4402 or the Stop Poaching Hotline at 1-877-WGFD-TIP. Reports can also be submitted online on the Game and Fish website. Callers can remain anonymous. When possible, take note of license plates and any specific details of vehicles, people involved, and locations. This has been the Wyoming Outdoorsman, brought to you by the Wyoming Game and Fish Department. Thanks for listening. I'm Ray Hageman.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake.
Thank you, Ray. Thanks for the Game and Fish update. Andrew Rossi's story about the Star Valley man who found mysterious foot bones embedded in prehistoric soil near Kemmer. We still don't know the full answer yet. There's going to be investigations, but there's no denying James Sanderson found something unique. Bones, some kind of foot bones that are just embedded in the soil, thought to be more than 50 million years old. A closer look reveals the mysterious foot bones were in a time period where they don't belong. There should not have been humans walking around 50 million years ago. As Andrew Rossi explains, this is a time period just after the extinction of dinosaurs. There's some who believe there were humans or humanoids existed at the time of dinosaurs. Some Bible thumpers adhere to a literal view of creation from Genesis, which should estimate the earth, should date the earth to about, 5,000, 6,000 years old, 4,000. So any notion that soil could be 50 million years old, I wonder, and I'm not the only one that wonders. There's a Facebook comment on this story, pretty interesting. One Facebook commenter said, could it be the soil isn't accurately from 50 million years old? Is that why the foot is there? Andrew Rossig suggests the foot doesn't belong there. It somehow got later embedded in this soil. But it does bring up the whole notion of carbon dating and whether that is accurate. I really wonder. Sometimes I hear things carbon dated to whatever period, and I wonder if there isn't a flaw in that. Matthew says, so maybe the formation isn't really 50 million years old. I don't know, Matthew. Andrew Rossi's story, though, says that these bones, these foot bones found in these riverbank rocks will be further explored by some professionals. Wyoming State Geological Survey has been sent an email. Bruce Tugwell of WSGS said there still a lot of unknowns right now until more experienced and trained eyes can get on it. Our specialist is waiting to connect with paleontologists from the BLM and the National Park Service, said Tugwell of the Wyoming State Geological Survey. So what's going on? How was a foot bones found in this soft sandstone layer thought to be 50 million years old? Were people around back then? You might have heard this story over the weekend. The notion to make Charlie Kirk money. 2 House Republicans are leading the bid to memorialize Charlie Kirk on U.S. coins following his assassination. Representative Abe Hamada of Arizona and August Pfluger of Texas plan to introduce a bill dubbed the Charlie Kirk Commemorative Coin Act. It would have the Treasury Department mint and issue 400,000 worth of $1 silver coins bearing the image on Charlie Kirk on one side. Interesting. All right, we're out of time here on a Monday. We got to wrap things up. We'll see you again tomorrow, same time on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake.